Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to one and all on the second edition of Exchange for Media's Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference, which will be followed by Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Awards 2023. Before I start off, I thank you for your time. We've got the best of the best from the industry stepping in today. So can we have a huge round of applause for each and every one of you here? My name is Rahul Manjal. I'm a corporate MC and a radio jockey, and I'll be your host for today for the conference and the awards. The theme for the conference is Programmatic Advertising, the Way Forward. In today's digital landscape, marketers can do more than ever before with the powerful tools at their disposal, a plethora of media channels, and comprehensive data sets. The challenge now is to stand out in a crowded field. Programmatic advertising promises better targeting, greater reach, real-time optimization that has never been bigger. It's an industry filled with discrepancies, impact, and relevance. The Exchange for Media Group, as we all know, organizes more than 25 large format events annually. We take pride in sharing that these are clearly focused on adding to the effectiveness of brand, marketers, and various media platforms by way of debate and discussion at our conferences, or by felicitating the best from these fields at our gala award evenings. But talking about today's conference, this will be spread across presentations. As you all know, we'll have agencies, panel discussions, brand panel discussions, and standalone sessions, followed by the Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Awards 2023. We are all looking forward to that. But before we proceed, yes, a humble reminder, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode, but make sure you don't switch them off, because we would like to hear from you, even on social media platforms. You can use the hashtag. You can't miss the hashtag. It's right there on top. Hashtag E4M Realtime. Make sure if you have any comments, any opinions, any thoughts, you share using hashtag E4M Realtime. But before we get started, it gives me a great opportunity to thank our partners for the day. No event would have been possible without their support. So I'd like to thank our presenting partner. They've always been there for us. I've known the team. Dangle Ads, global leader in performance marketing. Also, our growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner. Our gold partner, OpenX, Dotwise Digital, OpenX first and only sell-side platform to achieve carbon neutral certification, Dotwise Digital, fully integrated digital first communication agency, and a special thank you also to our associate partner, Hybrid, AI Power, Human Guided, and also to our associate partner, The Trade Desk. Relevant advertising powers the digital world, and we help power relevant advertising. The Trade Desk, built for what matters. With this, I'd like to draw your attention on the screen for our audio visuals. Can you have a look at them?
OpenX, one of the world's largest independent SSP, is the only adtech company certified as carbon neutral and have committed to the SBTi net zero standard. OpenX is certified against fraud, malware, privacy and inventory quality guidelines. OpenX works with all major DSPs globally, delivering brand safe inventory from over 130,000 premium publishers with access to more than 300 billion ad requests every day.
Hi, this is Priya Bhatia from OpenX, and I'm the country manager for Southeast Asia and India. We're very excited about our expansion plans in the India market and becoming part of the India programmatic growth story.
We are delighted to represent OpenX in India as we see a huge potential in this space, and we are excited to be a part of this growth story.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid DSP, set of programmatic tools for any advertising objectives. Vox, AI vision platform, spearheading innovative and visual advertising formats. Hive, in-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered, human-guided, get a personalized quotation.
How the open internet benefits marketers. Between fast-growing channels like OTT and connected TV, music streaming platforms, breaking news, websites, mobile apps and online games, they have more options and devices than ever. In fact, 3 in 4 consumers in India say they constantly use more than one device at the same time. So how can you reach them with relevant advertising whenever and wherever it matters most? By using a media buying platform built for the open internet. Unlike social media and other closed platforms, which only let you run campaigns and measure results within their walls, the open internet lets you create a truly omni-channel experience. That might mean an audio ad on their favorite podcast during their morning commute, followed by a few display ads throughout the day, and finally a 15-second video spot while they're binge-watching their new favorite series before bed. The opportunities are endless, and since you're managing all your campaigns in one place, you can control exactly how often viewers can see your ads, thereby measuring and optimizing performance across every channel and device. Reaching new customers at every stage of their digital journey is the key to driving growth, because growth matters. Learn more at thetradedesk.com.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
Brand new and unique global creative network, Cold Denser Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something in a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
Can you have a huge round of applause for our team, our presenting sponsor and an entire team together that puts up a wonderful conference and an awards night. But before I start off, I'm going to use that hashtag right there on top, which is hashtag E4M Real Time. And before I invite our first speaker to the stage, I'm going to do something very, very informal. I'm going to request everybody, I'm a radio jock, I believe in that good morning energy that we have. So I'm going to request everybody to kind of rise for a minute, okay? Sab log khade ho jaye, just for a minute, okay? And shake hands with people to your right and left so that, you know, we start off on a very, very warm note. So shake hands with each other, okay? It's a pleasant meet and greet that happens right here. It's going to be a fun, amazing conference and an awards. Exchange those smiles. And I want you all to do this together when I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, we say real time, okay? So we clap together on 1, 2, 3, okay? And then we put our hands together and say real time. Let's do a little dry run to get the energy going, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, that's when I say 1, 2, 3, you need to clap twice. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Wonderful, wonderful. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we start off with E4M Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2023. Keep the energy levels going because we start off with our first session of the day. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Azazul Haq, Chief Content Officer, Media Monster. He'll be shedding light on going from hyper-local to hyper-personal using technology and programmatic advertising. So please put your hands together for Mr. Haq. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Well, he looks like a superstar, and that's a perfect start to the day.
Hi, hello everyone. I always ask post-COVID that am I audible in every meeting. So I hope I'm audible. It feels nice and it feels quite a strange also for a creative person to start this discussion because it's actually programmatic is all media. When Anita said that, can you speak in a forum like this, I was like, yeah, it's good because I think now lines are blurring. I think it's time that across in advertising, in communication, the lines should blur in terms of who does what and who knows what. It's important that a creative person knows how media functions, media people know how creatives function, and there has to be a good a marriage of the two, because then only I think tools will be effective. You can have programmatic advertising is a great tool, but if you not have storytelling, which can actually support that, I think it won't be as effective as it can be. Thanks a ton for inviting me to this forum on a subject I know a little about, but I've read a lot in the last few days, so as to know what exactly it does. It has also enriched me in terms of knowing about things I didn't know. That's been my actually journey in the last 1.5 years. I'd worked with the classic big agencies for almost 2 decades. I was with Ogilvy for almost 8 years. I was with Lentas for like 7-8 years. So I was with the classic traditional agencies for 2 decades, and then I wanted to switch. And because I thought the world is switching, the world is changing. I think humans are changing, human behavior is changing. The human insights are changing. And that's when I thought it's time for me to switch to understand where the world is going and be a part of that world. And I think tools like programmatic advertising do that actually. They are actually gauging, and they are figuring out that the world is shifting, the audiences are shifting, the behaviors are shifting, the way they consume media, the way they consume advertising content is shifting. It's changing, and it's important to adapt and be more, I would say, more contextual, more relevant, because now we can be with the way, obviously, not just the tech digital revolution has happened across the world, but also how the consumers have and the humans have lapped into it, and they are changing their behaviors as well. I think I would say the talk, I wouldn't call it a presentation, a little talk that I have for what today is just highlights about in the context of this changing behavior of consuming content, where programmatic advertising plays a big role in terms of it's a great tool. How do we do storytelling? How do we create content? And how do we shift gears a little so as to make the storytelling also a little more contextual, a little more personal, a little more hyper-personal, rather say, a little more hyper-contextual, because in today's day and age, we can do that. It's possible to create content, and it's possible to do storytelling, which is more contextual. It's not the Uber classic advertising that talks to the masses. I call it the shift from mass advertising to me advertising. It's mass before, it's becoming more me. Because you can talk to an individual at any given point of time, because you know that what that person is doing. You have enough data to kind of understand that, know that what that person is doing at what point of time, and and any brand can have a lot more relevant contextual conversations with their TGs. So that's roughly a bit of. So I'll start with the green is for moving forward, right? And it'll help. Tech help. Sorry.
Yes.
The green is for
Forward green, big green.
okay.
Small red.
Great. Sorry. Yep. So that's our Media Monks. So this is a little about Media Monks. Actually, we've come like just been 3 years over here. We're also becoming a part of this flux, this change. So I'll start with this, what I call, and I've been pretty excited about this whole conversation. I've been having it at internal forums as well as external forums about how do we make content, how do we make advertising, how do we make communication more hyper local, more hyper contextual, more hyper personal. And let's start with why, like why there's a need. So if I actually have to look at like a hyper brief, because I think to me, when I started my journey with advertising, brief was the first thing that I got introduced to. We get a brief from from our planning account management team, which comes from the client. And the briefs has always been classic, and still it's not changed. Until date, I think the briefs come the same way. I think it's time, if we really need to change the way we tell our stories, if you want to make the stories more hyper contextual, hyper personal, I think we'll have to make the briefs also a little different. So let's start with defining the TG. How do we define the TG? When we look at any classic advertising brief, the mass TG, the TG looks like this. Roughly I've taken one brief. They say young adult, age 24, 29 years, first jobber, lives in a metro, ambitious, go-getter, loves having fun, maintains work-life balance, technology explorer, trendy, fashionable, and many more adjectives to define her or him. This is the classic definition of TG. If, as a creative person, you get. I get a very, very uber, very macro kind of POV on that person. But the world is changing. I think we can go a lot more closer. We can actually see that person a lot more closer. What we have started doing, actually, at least at Media Monks, is we've changed the way we write our briefs. We don't write briefs like this. We don't define our TGs like this. We've started doing our briefs where the TGs are written slightly more personalized. They are hyper-personalized TGs. So that's how we approach, actually. Like this was a brief for one of the brands that we're working on. So our definition of TG is wakes up, checks FB while having his or her morning coffee, drinks double shot espresso, follows health fitness influencers, posts sunny side up twice a week on FB stories, goes to gym, loves cardio, listens to Martin Garrix, it's an EDM guy, spends about an hour in gym, switches to Instagram, posts reels, follows reels. On the way to office, listen to podcasts, loves listening to live coaches, checks Insta and FB between breaks and office hours. On the way back, checks dating apps, searches weekend destinations on Google, loves traveling, loves cycling and trekking, watches YouTube recipe on videos, loves culinary experiments for dinner, listen to podcasts and soulful music before going off to sleep. It's a journey in a person's day. And roughly, you'll see a lot of us in this. And you see the opportunities that actually a brand has when you're mapping a person's everyday versus mapping a person's life. So what used to happen before, and whenever we got the brief, the definition of the TG was so macro that we also always saw the person's life. I think the lives have changed now. The lives have become everyday. The behaviors are no more life behaviors. Behaviors change every day. Behaviors are becoming more and more micro in nature. They are changing every day. They're changing every moment. I think it's important that we follow a brief like this if we really want to create content and stories which are a lot more hyper personal and hyper contextual. Again, it can, it gives you a lot of touch points. It gives you a lot of interaction points with the consumer where you can interact with that person, especially on forums like digital. Now let's go to hyper-personalized insights, what they can be. Again, like whenever we looked at insights, they were always very uber because we were looking at a very uber understanding of TG. To me, I think hyper-personalized insights are pure, it's the daily digital behavior. If you actually look at that, it's the mind of personalized contextual insights. If you actually look at that, and there's enough data that is actually available there, you can get that. To me, the data is actually the new consumer insight. It's not so much having a very uber understanding of a person, loves his family, loves his wife, is ambitious, wants to be something in 5 years, 10 years. It's about what that person is doing every day, is what that person is doing every moment. I think if we actually do, if we fetch that, we'll get a lot of insights. And insights need not be so uber and singular. Insights for the same person can be many. Throughout the day, a person lives many lives. When he's on a dating app, it's a different person. When he's on an Instagram, that person is a different person. When that person is looking at Google, it's a different person. The person is changing. Every site, every app is changing the behavior of the person, is changing that person's approach towards life. That's how I think that's the flux of a person's life. If we actually look at that, perhaps we'll get a lot more insights. We practice that actually out there. I'll now come to, I've kept it very crisp because I think I have 30 minutes. Now, these are things which we have done, which we are doing right now. So these are not theories. These are practical experiments, practical things we have done, and we've achieved that on a few brands that we had got. So if we looked at the hyper-personal TG, we looked at how do we approach hyper-personal insights. How do we create hyper-personal concepts or content or storytelling? How do we kind of shift to that? One example, actually, this is a brand called Axio. I can't reveal the film because that's going to go live in another few weeks or months. But I can tell you how did we approach this. So we made a campaign. We made a classic mass content, like a single TVC, right? We always make one single TVC and it goes on television. And the biggest problem that we have was that the shelf life of that piece is actually decreasing, is reducing. Like a shelf life of a television content is not more than a week, 2 weeks, max 3 weeks. If it's a big campaign, 4 weeks. How do we use that content and make it hyper-contextual, hyper-personal? It's a bank that gives credits to youngsters. So we looked at for what reasons youngsters loan for. And there could be 15 different reasons. Like one can take a loan for taking sabbatical. One can take small loans, I think. When I'm talking about loans, I'm talking about those small loans like Amazon Pay Later, which are like worth 10,000, 15,000, etc. For which you don't have to, you just have a good CIBIL score. You don't need any papers. One takes, these guys, they take loan for random things. They take loan for buying a guitar. They take loan for buying a keyboard. They take a small loan for going for a sabbatical. They take a small loan for buying a gaming device. For actually, somebody has taken a loan for actually enrolling for a gaming course. So the reason for taking loan is no more house. It's no more cars. People are taking loans for. Again, it's a behavior change. It's a shift. Everything is getting, I would say, micro. The world is getting more micro. The loans are getting micro. So we thought, how do we make? So I'll tell you an example. What we did was, there was a story of one young boy who's bought a ukulele. And his father asks him that, why did you buy a ukulele? And that son says that, hey, because I love playing it. He's like, where did you get the money from? He said, I took a loan, I took credit. And the father is like, you took credit for buying a ukulele. You took a loan for buying a ukulele. The problem with your generation is you guys don't understand the value of money. How can you take credit for buying a ukulele? It's absurd. And that young guy says, no, Papa, I know the value of money. I know the value. When I play ukulele, my mother smiles. I know the value of a smile. When I play ukulele, my friends come and they hear me. I know the value of friendship. And who knows, by playing ukulele, one day I'll become a big musician. And you'll be proud of me. I know the value of that pride. So I know the value of money. That's the new teach, that's the audience that we are talking to. So that's one piece we created for television. What we did now, how do we make it hyper contextual and hyper? A lot of editing patterns you might have seen on digital, like we take where they, and mostly are political in nature, where you take some leaders and you play a lot of memes, which are video memes. You'll have somebody laughing. So these are very absurd edit patterns. So what we did was, we kept the father in the film the same from the TVC. For the other character, we chose a frontal camera, which is of a phone. And so the subject kept changing. So the film now, which is hyper-contextual which is actually can be done in shoestring, because you can take anyone and shoot the front, use the front camera and create the content. So the father says that, why did you buy this? And the person says that I had bought say a synthesizer or a keyboard. And he says, why did you buy a keyboard? Like, where did you get the money? He said, I took credit. So the dialogues of the kid changes. The dialogues of the father remain the same. So we took the video from the film, from the father, but the kid kept changing, or that other protagonist kept changing, and we made close to 30 contextual films. So you took one piece of content, which is mass content, and you created 30 pieces of contextual content out of it, with literally no money. I think that's the switch we need to have in terms of, because see, India, I think, is going to be a country of a lot of mass media. How do we use those assets and make them more contextual? There are ways and there are designs, but one has to switch that. The need of actually going hyper, and strangely, I think the client is more excited about the hyper contextual pieces more than the main TVC. Because he's seeing the benefit of that. He's seeing that, yeah, I can be a lot more relevant, because actually I can, if some person is actually checking the prices of anything online, I can follow that person and I can send that particular video to that person. So my chances of conversion, of actually him or her taking a credit from me is a lot higher, because I'm having a relevant conversation with that person, which is what hyper-contextual, hyper-personal content can do. And again, I think that's where we would need programmatic advertising, the tool to make it happen. But at the backside, I think it's important that the storytelling has to become that. The storytelling has to support tools like programmatic advertising. You have to create, actually elsewhere in the world, in Media Monks, we have AI also doing it. So actually AI is, we have created algorithms, so which we actually, you feed that and it reaches. I'm talking about India and what we've done. I'm not taking global examples, because I think in India we are facing different problems. This was one very interesting way of going about it, of how do you make something which is mass, a lot more hyper, personal, hyper contextual. Now, second one, it doesn't use programmatic advertising, but it's a very interesting way of how do we go about creating content hyper contextual, hyper personal. It's one of my favorite brands, is Tara Tea. And it's a thing we did last year in Punjab. There's a festival called Lohri. It's celebrated, and what happens in that Lohri is that you actually sing a tappa. Tappa is a kind of song you sing to celebrate anything new. So if in a house, and a baby is born, you will sing a tappa for the baby. If somebody has bought a new house, you'll sing a tappa for celebrating the new house. If somebody's got into a new profession, you'll sing a tappa for celebrating his new profession. Contexts are different. They're not same context. So there's one single lori, but there are different contexts that you celebrate it for and you sing these tappas for. So we thought that can we create, again, content that is hyper-contextual, and then also make it hyper-local, because every tappa starts with the name of the person. So if I have to sing a tappa and dedicate it to someone, I have to say Neeta, I know her name only. Neeta, tonu this lori di vadi vadi badaiyan, and you got a new job. So here's a tappa for you. So how do we create a content? Because that festival needs hyper-personal, hyper-contextual content. How do we create that? We did a piece. Obviously, over here the medium was WhatsApp. We had a microsite, and through microsite we pushed through WhatsApp, which was again more personal as a tool. But with a case study, I think it'll make things clear. It'll play by pushing the same button.
Lodi is Punjab's biggest festival, with Punjabis coming together around food, fire, and cha, and tappe. Folk songs sung by Punjabis to celebrate milestone occasions for their loved ones. So, to celebrate this big festival, we went all out. Presenting Vatti Khushiyan De Tappe, a campaign that leveraged the cultural, personal and topical significance of tappe, featuring Shehnaz Gill as our celebrity influencer, daughter of Punjab, who cuts across generations and genders in Punjabi families, with tailor-made, hyper-personalized tappe greetings.
Sat Sri Akal Vibhasha, Sat Sri Akal Puneet, Sat Sri Akal Kukri Jux, Sat Sri Akal Ankush.
By creatively using the power of rephrase technology, we gave them a one-of-a-kind user-generated content experience, which was customized based on occasion and name, which we shared over WhatsApp, helping us touch the hearts of Punjabis everywhere, bringing communities together over their love for celebrations and each other. Influencers came in and amplified the reach, making the celebrations even bigger. Our wishes reached 12.6 million plus people. 11.7 million Punjabis vibed, sang and danced to our tappe. 33,000 plus families participated to send out 11,000 plus greetings, giving us 99% positive sentiment. And lots of love on social media, letting us own Lodi and making us a part of Punjab's Vatti Khushiyan.
So this was actually it was interesting, and it was actually that day it crashed, the microsite crashed, because there were so many, it was very easy. You have to just feed in the occasion and you have to feed in your name, and there'll be a personalized tappa that goes. Obviously we used rephrase technology for this. But again, I think the conversation here is not so much about this campaign, but my thing is about how do we make our storytelling a lot more hyper-personal, a lot more hyper-contextual, which is what it did actually. It's not just one, we took, I think this is where as a brand, Tata Tea, had gone from mass to hyper-local, because now we celebrate every state. So for Punjab, there'll be a different campaign. For Delhi, there's a different campaign. For West Bengal, there's a different campaign. For UP, there's a different campaign. Over there, again, we use media, because media actually gives us the opportunity to kind of distribute content like that. After that, we thought that from hyper-local, we'll go hyper-personal now. And this was one of the first campaigns we did, where we actually went from hyper-local to hyper-personal. And the journey kind of continue. And over there, I think I play a big role of it's actually quite problematic to say that word programmatic. It's been a tough one for me, programmatic advertising. So yeah, so how do we? I think it's a great tool, and I think it's important for the storytellers, for the creative people, for people like me who spend say 20 years doing one ad film, and we have talked to crores of Indians. That how do we unlearn that, or actually use that learning rather, to talk to single individual. It's a huge journey because we've always talked to crores. Now we have to talk to a single person. And how do we do that? Keeping the same storytelling engagement alive, because I think what happens with when we create hyper personal content, especially using programmatic, it becomes a little transactional. You lose emotions, you lose, connect. I think it's a big challenge that we'll have to overcome. That how do we make that content a lot more engaging? How do we make that content lot still has some storytelling? It doesn't engages to sell a product only, but it engages with the audiences so as to connect. I think it should be at connection and not so much at selling. So that's my last. This is what I am shifting to. I think I call it like the industry has to shift from mass communication to me communication. It's not mass anymore. It's going to be more me. It has to talk to an individual, and this is what I think programmatic does. Advertising does. I think this is what a lot of industry leaders, especially creative leaders, have to figure out. How do we use that tool effectively? How do we put a storytelling in that tool? How do we make the tool more engaging? Because if it will not happen, it will become too transactional. So I think it's a big challenge for us, storytellers, the creative people. And I'm happy that we are taking some baby steps. These are baby steps towards it. It's a long journey to kind of cover. So yeah, I think that's I've done before. I talk fast, so I've finished faster perhaps. So that's. Thanks, Dan, for this.
Can you have a huge round of applause for Mr. Hart? Sure. Right, and I take this opportunity on behalf of the team, may I invite on stage Mr. Pulkit Narayanan, founder and CEO of Dangle Ads, to present a memento on our behalf. Can you have a huge round of applause as Pulkit sir presents a special memento? Can you have a huge cheer, everybody? And what a perfect start to the day. Thank you so much, Pulkit sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Huck. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our panel discussion. Yes, and this is what we've been waiting for. So, let's now move on to our first panel discussion. Our panelists will be discussing on assessing the future of digital advertising and digital transformation through data. The session will be moderated by our session chair, Shashidhar Sharma, Head Programmatic Practice, Group M Nexus. Let's welcome Shashidharan with a huge round of applause, everybody. And let's also welcome our other panel members, Rutika Nair, Head E-Commerce and Digital Marketing, Dr. Reddy's. Also joining us will be Vardarajan Raghunathan, Head Monetization and Customer Engagements, Big Basket. Joining in will be Soumya Patnaik, Senior VP, Martech, BlinkX, at JM Financial. And also on our panelists is Tisha Relia, Digital and DTC Lead, Keratis, India. Also in our panel discussion will be Deepak Sharma, President and CDO, Kotak Mahindra Bank. And joining in will be President and CDO, Performix, Lalitendu Das. Let's welcome our session chair and our panelists with a huge round of applause, everybody. Just give us a minute as they join in. So I'm going to run a very interesting exercise. There are some words that as radio jocks always get the R's rolling. Rahul is one of them. And so is the word programmatic. Okay. So a simple way to do that is to repeat the word over and over again till you get it right. Say at least 5 times or 6 times or 7 times. It's like a tongue twister. Okay, so I'm going to go randomly into the audience, go do this, okay? And all you have to say is the word programmatic, okay? So I'm going to go to you sir, okay? If you could rise, introduce yourself. Your name?
Siddharth. I'm Siddharth from BC Webwise.
Wonderful, BC Webwise. Yes, I've met your team. In fact, this wonderful digital agency, very close to my college as an art college. Okay, Sid, programmatic, 7 बार बोलना है, okay? The way you get it right. Try it out, but 7 times in a row, back to back. Okay, take a deep breath and let's go.
To say it in the right way, right? Programmatic, 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 and programmatic.
Wonderful. Give them a loud cheer, everybody. With this, we move on to our panel discussion. May I request our session chair and our panelists to join us on stage. So I'm going to introduce our panel discussion one more time. Our first panel discussion, our panelists will be discussing on assessing the future of digital advertising and digital transformation through data. This session will be moderated by Head Programmatic Practice for Group M Nexus, Shashidhar Sharma. Let's welcome our session chair with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in are our panelists, Ritika Nair, Head of E-Commerce and Digital Marketing, Dr. Reddy's. Let's welcome Ritika with a huge cheer, everybody. Also joining in from Big Basket, we've got Head Monetization and Customer Engagements, Vardarajan Raghunathan. Let's welcome Mr. Raghunathan with a huge cheer. Joining in also will be Senior VP Martech, BlinkX at JM Financial, Soumya Patnaik. Let's welcome Soumya with a huge cheer, everybody. And in our panel discussion, we also have Digital and DDC Lead, Karate's India, Trisha Relia. Welcome, Trisha. A big cheer for Krishna, everybody. Joining in is the President and CDO for Kotak Mahindra Bank. May I welcome on stage Deepak Sharma. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome from Performix, the President and CDO, Lalitendu Das. Let's welcome Mr. Das with a huge round of applause. And may I take this opportunity also to welcome VP for OpenX, Priya Bhatia. A big round of applause for Priya Bhatia, everybody.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. Thank you to E4M for giving us this opportunity to discuss the future of programmatic and the transformation we have seen so far and the transformation we can expect in future as well. So before we begin, can we have a very quick round of introductions? Your priorities in terms of, programmatic and your exposure to programmatic so that everyone understands the group that we are speaking with.
Hi everyone, I'm Tisha. I manage digital and D2C for Keristas India, which is a part of the L'Oreal group. I have been in the digital space for about 10 years. So my journey with programmatic started before programmatic when we used to do data collection on Excel sheets. And it's been a long journey from there. And of course, all our priorities now are around data collection and how do we best optimize that. So that's what I'm looking forward to discussing with all of you today.
Hi, I'm Vardha. I run the ads business for Big Basket, and I'm also in charge of customer engagement. As far as programmatic goes, I've seen through sort of 3 phases in the last 8 years. The first was when we opened up more and more sort of segments of data. The second phase where I think creatives became a little more sort of dynamic. And the third phase, which as yet I think there are different versions going around with generative AI, with dynamic creatives and sort of contextualized ads where you're able to talk to someone as though you're holding a real face-to-face conversation. So my sense is we are in for a very exciting sort of disruption when it comes to programmatic. I just don't know which way it's going to be. I can give you a bunch of options. You pick and choose the ones that you like.
Okay, hi, good morning everyone. I'm Ritika. I work with Dr. Reddy's. I have been in the digital marketing space for about 19 years now. So yes, I understand the fundamentals of programmatic, and then I've been thrown into various use case scenarios of programmatic. For me, it's been really, how it fits into the consumer journey, and more importantly, and how am I able to kind of see it in a single funnel. Have I really achieved that? No. But I'm hoping to learn from this panel and probably, discuss with you what my learnings are.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Soumya Patnaik. I'm heading the marketing in BlinkX and in the digital space for almost 18 years now. To me, the programmatic has been as everybody has said already, that there has been quite a bit of shift happened in programmatic over the years of last 8 or 10 years, which we have all transformed and have gone through. I think down the line, the AI will play a very significant role in programmatic also, like all of our life, right? I would like to explore more about it and talk on those fronts to you guys. Looking forward for an excellent session.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Lala Tendu. I'm CEO of Performix India. We are a digital native agency with DNA in performance marketing. And due to that, programmatic plays a very critical role in our portfolio. And frankly, my personal view of programmatic is just the best marriage of media and technology. This is how actually digital should work. I'm quite excited about this topic and looking forward to this conversation.
Yeah, hi, Deepak Sharma. Unlike probably the others on the stage, I'm not a marketing guy, but I do marketing is from the digital lens, pretty much like what Laltanu said. I do run digital assets for the firm, including whatever financial products gets discovered, but more importantly from technology lens. And I do see there are still many problems we haven't solved while we'll talk about it, but I think there's one universal problem that we are all grappling with, finding the right customer at a lowest unit cost and ensure that there is an ROI which can remain undisputed in the organization as to how this gets delivered. I think that's irrespective of industry, that's something universal. I think the second thing that we're grappling with is largely what I call internally the aim. A large part of A, which is awareness, is getting solved, but the intent and the motivation to buy and convert that into finally the end product is where still we have a lot of ground to cover. So hopefully we'll talk about that.
Hi, my name is Priya Bhatia and I'm heading business development for OpenX, which is a SSP platform, and I'm based in Singapore, so I've just been added to this panel. Thanks guys for having me. So we're right in the middle of programmatic. An SSP platform is the one that connects publisher premium inventory to the buy-side platforms, which are the DSPs. And that enables an advertiser to buy advertising on the programmatic channels. It could be any of the omni-channels, like it could be CTV, or it could be mobile web or mobile apps in real time, targeting the right audience. I think the entire premise of programmatic was to target the right audience at the right time. And then that's something that it gets kind of lost when people start to target through programmatic and buy through this medium. So we'll discuss more on that.
Thank you so much, everyone. So there you have it, guys. We have the perfect panel here to discuss where programmatic is headed. So let's start off with the very first thought that I had in my mind. Programmatic has seen a lot of journey through the ages. But then, what is programmatic? What is programmatic's journey to you? How have you tapped into programmatic? How have you evolved programmatic within your organizations? Is what I wanted to understand. So, can we start with Priya?
Sure. We've been waiting for the day programmatic will really be evolved and kind of adopted. And that's the case in some of the more mature markets. When you look at the US, EMEA, like a lot of the budgets go towards programmatic. And that's not happening in the same way in the APAC region, I would say, and I'm talking about India and other Southeast Asia markets. There's still a gap because of the understanding. So I think what needs to evolve is everybody needs to understand how programmatic can be used in the most efficient way, where you're achieving, your objectives as a marketer in the best possible way. So that journey needs to happen where the understanding of programmatic, how it's used to its best potential, can be discovered by marketers.
Thank you so much. That's perfect, actually. And Deepak, if you could just take the mic, because what you just mentioned earlier, that at the end of the day, it's ROI that we are looking out for, right? That's what marketing is all about. So if you could just tie that in together with the ROI conversation you were saying.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a transition, especially as organizations are investing massively on the CDP, because one of the biggest challenge when you go for programmatic was you don't even have the right data about the customers, their profile, their intent, basis that you decide what kind of communication or a medium or probably content do you want to play on. So I think the CDP part largely is now sorted, as I would say, for most organizations who are ahead of the curve, especially if they are dealing with large consumer segments. Still for business segment, that has not been done. So let me qualify it. The consumer is okay if you are still targeting small businesses or medium-sized enterprise, difficult problem to solve. So I think that we have solved for. I think what we are also seeing increasingly is while there are challenges that we see on frauds, on programmatic, and we will talk probably in the next sector. But I think there is a fair amount of learning that is coming in as to what kind of click frauds and stuff like that you get to see. So thereby, I think the third, we are also realizing that it's no more about looking at only a cost of a display or a cost of a lead. But it's also about where you want your brand to be and where you don't want your brand to be visible. So I think ability to, because you don't want your brand to probably be on some site that is probably reputationally not, or from the persona of the brand is not the right place to be. So I think some of those real-time data as to how programmatic is working beyond just the matrix of ROI is another area that we are seeing. So organization, I think, is now realizing it's a 360-degree marketing, and it's not just about buying media through programmatic, but understanding the customer, the media, the content, building all your A/B testing modules, getting real-time data of what customers are seeing where. And I think this is the journey. I would still say we have a long way to go from where we are, but we have made reasonable progress.
Thank you so much. Nice. So yes, Lalatendu, now that we have understood where. Yes, please.
This question first a little bit, because Deepak, you raised a point that it's a journey, right? And if I reflect on the journey, I see in programmatic there are 3 innovations which has happened, which is making programmatic much more effective, right? Number 1, if you look, the inventory has increased. Now you see, you can do CTV, you can do direct digital out of home, everything is bundled, right? Earlier it was just website and we were just doing some fancy thing there. So there's a lot more areas you can reach through programmatic. Second, I would say, is the contextual targeting, because there are a lot of third-party data providers that have come. Epsilon is in the room somewhere I hear, and Lotame or SIG-Tag. We work with these players also to identify the right audience to target. And lastly is the personalization aspect, right? All of us want, and programmatic gives a very nice way to do dynamic creative optimization, be it by weather, be it by your audience type, and so on and so forth. These, if I reflect in last 3-4 years, makes programmatic a lot more effective than what it used to be. But the challenges, as both of you kind of addresses, there are still attribution problems, fraud prevention, which I'm sure you're going to address in BAV. But as Deepak, you nicely put, it's a journey, but I see a lot more positive steps forward when it comes to programmatic.
Thank you. Yes. That's bang on target, actually. And I wanted to understand, the journey that we have seen and the journey that we are going to see. I wanted you to, if you could just summarize your thoughts on the digital transformation we are seeing. We have seen and we are seeing. in programmatic. That's exactly what you have done, actually, as a matter of fact. So if you could also shed some light on what else can we look forward to in terms of, the changes coming in the industry. What are we looking forward to? What can we expect? And what are the core areas of focus? Not only for Performix as an organization, but then overall for the programmatic community. That would be great.
So listen, you are asked multiple topics. One, you touched on digital transformation, which I think is a very broad word and often misused, right? If you ask Deepak what is digital transformation, it probably start with value, the tech build, data, probably a marketer like would think, it starts with marketing, media and all that. So I'll not step into that conversation, but very simple definition for us is how do we reach customers where they are? As in, if they're on a digital platform, how do I effectively reach them? If they're visiting a mall, how do I effectively catch them in my offline store, right? It's as simple as that. And we are talking about getting to customers who are actually conversant with digital. In there, I see there are multiple challenges. I've already said the positive steps. The walled gardens by all these tech platforms is a problem. I'll give an example. The data I get from Google ecosystem, if I run it against a Nielsen DAR, which is based on Meta, numbers don't match, right? And the viewability score, the impressions, everything come different. How do you reconcile with that? Then there is, if I have, as a user, if you have multiple apps open on your browser, everything counts as an impression, but practically you cannot see, right, catch the impression in all the tabs. So all those are issues, and fraud prevention and all, Deepak has already spoke. So in short, right, whether we call it under digital transformation or a simple application of technology to be really effective in our marketing, programmatic is the way forward, but there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I completely agree with all those things that you just said, but the only thing I was thinking about in my head is when you asked this question, what is programmatic? I came very mentally prepared to say that, okay, programmatic is anything that we are buying with biddable media, CPC, CPM. Okay, that is what programmatic is. In fact, I made a conversation to Priya saying that only 20-25% of India is using programmatic. But now I'm thinking, and I'm hearing these gentlemen talk, and technically, why are we assuming that Google and Facebook are not programmatic, right? Technically, they do real-time bidding. We do play on bids. We play on targeting as much as possible. The ecosystem is changing. Google is probably going to take off its audience data. But the fact is that those are programmatic channels as well. What we need to be really sharp about and push back on the marketing folk is the fact that give us a very specific TG who you think is relevant. I will find that for you because there are enough data partners today kind of opening it up for us. And be specific and sharp in terms of what is that consumer journey that you want that specific TG to go through. So I think that is the real transformation that we have seen. Right only from saying there was this lovely meme, Steve Jobs and somebody else, demographic wise, I want to say it was Michael Jordan or somebody in the sports community, right? Demographically, they kind of fit so well, but behaviorally and any other attribute, they did not match at all. So it's exactly that transformation that we are seeing. From moving into just media planning, which possibly the TV generation has kind of, pushed us to, and now going a lot more sharper with our TG and then finding a lot more, that's the transformation I feel, thanks to programmatic, which has happened.
Thank you. So, Soumya, what are your thoughts? What is your perspective on, the transformation that you have seen? And just adding on to what Lalatendu said and what Ritika said, first of all, it's absolutely true. It's not only the walled gardens. It's not, we don't talk about the medium because programmatic is not a medium. It's a concept. It's the idea of buying ads programmatically, telling the system that this is the target audience that I'm buying for. And Facebook, whether it be Facebook, whether it be any digital marketing platform within the ecosystem, at some point it follows the same principles. So that is why programmatic is a concept and it's not really a medium. So keeping that in mind, the transformation that you want to see in future, apart from what Lalatendra and Ritika have mentioned?
Yeah, I think many points already covered by all of the fellow panelists. So I think one of the interesting point you have just covered is so Google and Facebook, the way Google and Meta, the way they are operating, right, the kind of platforms and kind of channels they are providing. I think they are going to a direction of programmatic eventually, right? I mean, if you see the kind of new advertising channels and everything they are bringing in, they do tend to go into that direction in a big way. And if you see nowadays, like all of us know, right? I mean, targeting your goal, your assets plays a significant role in the overall programmatic landscape, right? Those are the three, four important things which we have to make sure that this works perfectly okay. Then only your programmatic works perfectly fine in terms of the way you are trying to achieve your KPIs, right? Now, if you see in the recent times, right, the way AI has been used by Google and Facebook in all of their platforms, right, whether AAA campaign for Facebook or say app installation campaign for Google, right? So those are again pretty much programmatic only, but probably the limitation is in terms of the asset they have, right? Google and Facebook, that is limited to that piece of assets only. But in terms of if you go to other programmatic platform, right, they have much larger assets and everything. But in terms of our organization, we have been using programmatic in a significant way, and I think the data plays a very significant role in that. So in terms of touching the customer in the right point, right, CDP, as Deepak just mentioned, right, CDP plays a very significant role because we are able to capture all the touch points user is doing in our assets, and that's a kind of personalization and communication you can generate from those kind of data points you are gathering, right? So I think, yeah, programmatic is a journey which we all are going through, and yeah, all ecosystem, I'm sure that will help us to move into that journey in a positive direction.
Thank you, Soumya. So we have actually, I personally have seen the journey of programmatic from very close quarters. So I have seen the days when, in fact, one of my clients, just the moment I entered into the meeting, he said, "Arey yaar, programmatic is problematic." So from that, now I'm seeing it moving into the pragmatic zone rather than being problematic. So that journey, a lot of the points that were covered here by the members of the panel here are encompassed in that journey, which is usage of data, reaching out to the core audience, identifying what to do, what data are we using, and how are we tying it together with our marketing goals. So, Varada, what are your thoughts on the measurement, the attribution, analytics in place for programmatic, and what can we look forward to?
Sure. I think that's a good question. I think I was anyway going to sort of come to that. I think, in my view, three things are sort of emerging as a trend. I think I appreciate a little to sort of add to what each of the folks over here said. CDPs, which is first party data, think of it this way, think of it like a sugarcane vendor, right, who, the sugarcane juice vendor who started off, right. Someone came and said, hey, why don't you start maintaining a database of all the customers who speak sugarcane juice from you, which is CDP, right. And then someone said, hey, why should you just squeeze sugarcane alone, add some ginger and lime, right, which is first party / second party data. So instead of selling the sugarcane juice for 20, you could sell it for 30, right? You're getting a disproportionately better sort of ROI, right? And third came personalization. Right? Why should I just sort of give you the capacities? Why don't I do a Starbucks, write your name, make you a little sort of more special? I think the thing that we haven't quite gotten used to, right, which I can sort of grapple with because e-groceries is probably one of the hardest segments to convert, right? And I suspect someone like Tishya might relate to that as well. But once you convert, the customer sort of stays put, sort of like an SIP in a mutual fund for a long time, right? So I think one of the things that I think in programmatic we haven't sort of gotten around to is not just look at the end scorecard, right? Which is conversion, clicks, etc., but how do I look at things like priming, right? Awareness creation, repeat engagement rates, and finally action, and then the outcome, right? Like this would be the equivalent of you tracking, let's say, a player's journey, saying, is this fellow going to the gym? Is he getting up in the morning? Is he doing fitness training? Before you start tracking the run. I think we've just gotten to a point where everyone is just getting so obsessed with the runs and the outcome. We're saying, it doesn't matter if you swing for the fences, right? Or, if you're a dodo, it doesn't matter as long as you hit a 6, that's all matters, right? I think to me, simply because, and the reason why I'm sort of insisting that has to happen, where I guess people feel a lot more comfortable spending on a Google or a Facebook, is you have a lot more sort of control over visibility of the attribution that happens, right? The problem with programmatic, is that you're sort of buying stock from an unknown face, right? If anything, I can't run the same scorecard that I'm running while I'm buying from a known face, which is Google or Facebook in this case. You have to give me a lot more comfort, right? Sort of like what Ola or Uber say, hey, this fellow is started, he's going to reach you in 3 minutes, he's a 4-star rated driver, etc., right? For example, for a starter, I always think when we run programmatic, why don't we get like a scorecard or an NPS of the quality of the publisher, which is an all blended sort of scorecard. That makes me allocate a lot more to him, right? If you're just going to tell me this is CPM, then this is available, I won't know whether the quality of that is good enough for me, relevant for me, etc., etc. And how has my own sort of inventory performed in the past with him, right? Is there a better way for you to sort of at least give me a score? Yeah, I mean, what an NPS equivalent, say this is what you should be doing. For example, there are so many nuances that are missing, right? If, for example, we keep getting this feedback that, the moment we overlay, let's say, a big basket audience, conversion rates go up dramatically. Because you see big basket audience, you obviously overlay big basket audience, the guy is tipping over into buying, right? Whereas, let's say, for example, a YouTube, I don't know what, do-it-yourself salon channel, I suspect will be a lot more of awareness. So you'll have a larger funnel, a longer time of engagement / dwell time, but not as good an outcome from a sales perspective, right? So how do you allocate money to each of this? I think these are questions I imagine have to get addressed. This becomes even more so relevant because with generative AI, I think you're going to have a lot of these dynamic creatives. So, just the supply chain of how many creatives you're going to want to test with and how do they look like to you at different points of time in your journey, and hence how do you respond to them over a period of time, just becomes a lot more complex. So 3 things, I think: look at a longer time frame, look at the full funnel of engagement, not just the outcome, right? 3, what are sort of improvements in trust, right, that you can create for people to sort of trust each other on both sides.
Thank you so much, Varda. So, yes, brilliantly put. Those are the 3 points. And then, Tisha, I wanted to check with you on, while Varda has spoken about where we are and what is the ideal strategy to approach this challenge, how are we working around these challenges and where are we right now as an industry? So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I think, just to take a step back, why did we ever go on programmatic, right? Because when I have a campaign, I'm delivering across Spotify, across OTT, and there is unlimited frequency happening. The same consumer could be seeing the ad multiple channels. You could be bombarding them, right? So the big thing programmatic does is put a frequency cap where X consumer is seeing an ad only a certain number of times. And then at the end, as a marketer, I can go back to my DB360 and say, okay, this campaign drove these many impressions and this much reach. And that data is to some extent deduped, right? So there is a big attribution problem which is already kind of solved. Of course, there are a lot of conversations. Should we do last click attribution? Should you do 7-day attribution, 15-day attribution window? All of those conversations will continue to happen. But to some level, I will say at least campaign tracking has become more efficient. That's the number 1 thing. The number 2 thing is that as we have been collecting first party data and PII, and whether it is as simple as making a lookalike audience on Meta, or it is uploading this audience on DB360 and using this similar audience rather than affinity or in-market audience, PI and 1P data is typically more efficient. You would have seen that across different industries. Now the question is, how do you collect high quality data, right? So whether it is a company like L'Oreal starting a D2C, which is really the highest quality data where you can segment consumers, you get so many insights about them. And then of course, how do you upload this data and then use it across different segments? So that's the number 2 thing. And the number 3 thing is that more than being data centric or anything, we are forever consumer centric. Right? So the question for us will ever remain that if I have a campaign, how do I make sure that my ad on digital out of home versus a gaming platform versus YouTube are different, and they are based on what the consumer needs at that time. So that's really the challenge that we are forever trying to solve as digital marketers. And of course, we have brand safety concerns, and there are lots of, the ways to put pre-bid filters, post-bid filters, and I'm sure we'll discuss that a little bit in detail. But these are the 3-4 things which are kind of going on right now.
Thank you, Tisha. So, touching upon brand safety concerns, yes. So, I remember that Deepak and Lalatendu already mentioned about the ideal way to buy media while looking at these filters as well. So if you could just, Lalatendu, if you could just share your thoughts on the brand safety, ad fraud and viewability state of the industry, and what kind of workarounds should we be looking for? Of course, we have our partners in place, and then these partners are doing the best that they can. Digital is never 100% when it comes to brand safety. The entire digital, and it's not only programmatic. But then your thoughts on what is the strategy we should adopt towards ensuring that we are as close to that 100% as possible?
No, I'll just start with this. Look at this BAV if you really need it, because I sometimes feel many people just do it out of FOMO. कि यार वो कर रहा है मैं क्यों नहीं कर रहा हूँ, right? So first get that right. But if you really want to do this, there are a few things you can do in available technologies which is there. For example, take DV360 for that matter. The basic keyword exclusion, the blacklisting of sites, making sure that your ad doesn't appear in a cancer page because it creates a negative emotion. These are already there. It's a matter of awareness, right? Now, if you take the next level, right, and you have, let's say, a post-bid validation, like double verify. Even if something really passes through your filters and you want double verify to stop it at the last moment of, ad appearing, those technologies are available also. Think of mFilter as a fraud prevention. So there are multiple technologies available. I would just summarize this point is, don't do this out of FOMO, first thing. Second, just be very crisp as a business owner on why are we doing this and what's the ROI, as they really nicely said it. And once you have figured out where you want to play, just be aware of all the options available. And my read is there's quite a few options are available there, right? And if somebody tells that, it's very difficult to do on programmatic, maybe they need a second opinion.
Thank you. So, yeah, Ritika, your thoughts on this?
See, of course, one needs to be careful. And you cannot be okay about the fact that, your ad gets served into, negative or unassociated, content conversation. But I feel like the best ad safety platforms which are available today don't give us 100%, assurance of, well, nobody takes that guarantee. I don't know if there is anybody actually who takes that guarantee because I haven't come across any, right? But that said, you get sharper at it. Like, so for example, all these keywords, we definitely try and block. I think then you as an advertiser need to be a little more sharper in terms of what you want, where you're okay to advertise and where you're not okay. Then play within an absolutely walled environment. And if you have that risk-taking ability, go ahead. 10-15% is not going to hurt anybody. Well, we live with that, right? But yeah, there is nobody who's right now giving you a 100% guarantee. So that's my thought.
Thanks, Ritika. So, Deepak, your thoughts on the omni-channel approach we should be taking? Because when we are talking about the journey of programmatic, the growth that we have seen, the first thing that comes to my mind is the multiple channels that have been added to it. Now we are talking about CTV, native, or audio and display. Display and video were always a part of it, but then we have added audio Now, with all of these conversations, with digital out of home coming into the picture, now, what strategy should we adopt and what should people look for when they talk about an omni-channel strategy using programmatic?
No, I think great question, because everybody is finally going after eyeballs, right? And it's the same consumer who's moving across medium, across devices at different points of the time. What you do on a weekend is very... I remember there was a time when most of the shopping then, go and figure out what to buy. And I think these are the kind of things today we are seeing. And that's why the biggest challenge today is about understanding customers' value of time and how customers are spending that. During COVID, when I'm looking from programmatic or otherwise, I think all of us had spent a lot of time in front of screens. Either people were doing Zoom calls or watching content on OTT, or they were doing F&O transactions, or probably searching for another job, but screens were primarily there because you had no other alternate activity outside home, right? So I think once things opened, as we started to travel, be here in the meetings, eventually all our screen times have come down. So I think that, and when you start taking that as the basis to say, if I'm spending less time on the screen, and if my programmatic is irrespective of form factor, it's all around screens. How do you go back and relook at that? Classic example when we talk of OTT as a medium, right? Netflix data shows that people are spending less and less time in front of OTT. Last week I was in Australia and I was surprised to see that just like in India we had that 199 rupee package for buying Netflix on mobile. Even in Australia that was there, even in a market with probably a population that is so small, because they are struggling. It's not about people have access to larger form factors or screens and devices, but it's about the time. And I think as people are spending less time, finding a right mix is equally important. And the second shift I'm seeing is publishers are directly going and talking to the brands. They don't look at intermediaries. So if you are a credible publisher, where you know that it gets you the return, you don't need to go through that. So I think everybody today, quality inventory is available, and it's available directly if you are buying. So then comes the question of, if I'm now using a programmatic, if I know something works on a particular channel for me at a particular time, with a proven data and ROI as to who's viewing it, what are the conversion. And as I start mapping a lot of that real data, I do see there will be a challenge even in the way programmatic will evolve. Because the biggest search, for example, we all know in US on products is not on Google, it's on Amazon, right? So similarly, it's about dining. You want to go and dine somewhere, you don't go and search anymore on Googles of the world. So I think people are increasingly going to find the discovery and consumption at the same place. And thereby, the ability not just to push an ad, programmatic becomes important, but also your ability to convert those into the consumption and the output. And that's why I was talking about ROI and technology, because the marketing function has to coexist with how the product journeys will get delivered and completed. For example, I see a great ad of L'Oreal, but if I cannot go and buy the product then the conversion matrix will never justify whatever I would have done probably at the front end. And thereby, when we choose these mediums today, if they are interactive mediums, in my mind, will continue to get a higher throughput. That's why while we have smart TVs which are becoming smarter, but can they end up becoming the way through which I can shop, buy, convert? If that happens, I think we will start seeing some of those mix of channels that today we have transform. And that's why I said it's a journey, because the product delivery and discovery all has to get embedded for programmatic really to scale with quality of inventory that we have. And I think all the B and C and those who do not really match up to this level, I think it's fair that they should die, and they will.
I just want to add to Deepak.
I think Deepak just made Varda's job a lot more easier. He just said like where people are consuming, that's where the discovery is really happening. So, yeah, great.
So basically, I just want to add to Deepak. So I think programmatic is just a platform, right? It allows advertisers to reach out to a much larger audience, and which is not the walled gardens. So if you want to reach out to anybody outside of the Meta, Google, Amazon world, programmatic is the way to do it because it's all of the other publishers put together. So instead of marketers, having to go through the pain of reaching out to one and every publisher on a separate, with a separate media plan, and which takes up a lot of the time, you're just reaching out to the entire universe outside of the walled gardens in one shot. So it makes, advertising agencies, marketers' lives much easier. It allows them to target the right audiences because you can add your first-party data, your second-party data, use third-party data from, aggregators that are already inbuilt into the programmatic landscape. You can use their data, you can set up your frequency caps, you can just use every capability that a tech platform has in one platform. So it's simplifying, according to me, it's just simplifying everybody's lives. With, whatever you need, you just pick and choose and then apply it. Also, adding on to your brand safety and other tools, I think, when publishers do their checks, they'll say that, okay, we've got so-and-so tools that we use, or we know that our audiences are safe, our content is brand safe, and so on. Within programmatic, you have the SSPs, you have the DSPs who are also adding in a layer, an additional layer of using tools like Whiteops or Pixelate or, Double Verify, where they're looking at how do we scan the traffic again and then make sure that it's brand safe, make sure that, there's no other irrelevant content that you don't want to be around. So, yeah, that's a challenge, and that's the solution that comes with programmatic.
Thanks, Priya. Thanks, Deepak. So, Varada, we have spoken about a lot about the data that goes in, the targeting that we should be doing, the publishers, the strategy that we should be adopting, the channels. But then what about the end user? Because privacy is definitely a conversation that's on everybody's minds. And with people being more and more aware of what they want to see, how would you, the way I think is that privacy takes utmost priority, obviously. But then, what is the fine line that a marketer should walk to ensure that the user wants to see the ad versus a user who does not want to see the ad, and still be able to be relevant, because that is what programmatic is all about. We want to be relevant. So how do we walk that fine line?
Yeah, the first part of the question, user wants to see the ad, does not want to see the ad, I think that's probably, I suspect, above all of our pay grades, right? I think there are different regulations floating around, consent in, consent out, negative traces, etc., etc. So I guess we'll probably flow with what I guess Indian regulation sees, right? I think the second part of the question, which is like, how do you sort of track action? How do you rather speak to someone without spooking, right? But at the same time, be thoughtful about it, right? I'll give you a couple of examples because as a part of my job, I get to talk to a bunch of people, including, let's say, somebody in Kroger's, Albertsons, etc., etc. Right? So if I talk to you saying, Sashidhar, I think, I'm sorry, you're also losing hair, so I'll take that, example. Right? Say, hey, you're losing hair, right? Whatever you bought last week is not working. Try this. You'd probably get offended, right? Obviously you did, I'm sure, there's a small part of you that sort of got taken. But however, if I sort of reframed it, saying this is the hair treatment, anti-hair fall treatment or whatever, right? That people in your geography, and I probably won't say city, I suspect I'll probably say Koramangala or Bandra, have bought in the last 1 week is trending. It's a little more acceptable. You see where I'm going with this? I think the right level of contextuality from what I've sort of at least gathered so far is talk to you at the level of a cohort that you would like to be associated with, which broadly is not controversial and does not indicate very strong views or opinions about you. I know it's a very convoluted sort of statement, but you get the drift. Like, for example, I think it's okay to say, hey, today is a hot day in Bombay, how about some buttermilk, right? But people don't seem to say, think you were buying a lot of, I don't know what, acidic food, right? Acidic stuff, buy buttermilk, right? I think there's this sort of right way to, sort of work. I think the problem that most people seem to have, right, because I worked on both right and left brain marketing, is people think the data cut is the way you ought to be communicating. The data cut means nothing to the customer. He is interested in his psychographic cut, the cohort that he belongs to, right? Saying I'm a cricket fan is doing gross injustice if you're a cricket fanatic, and is doing gross injustice if you're just a cricket watcher, couch potato equivalent, right? So I think that's, to me, the big sort of unresolved part. What Priya talked about, I think the basics are all in place. Think of it like this: I think the plumbing is in place. I think the way the water seems to be coming out, right? Someone wants water out of a jacuzzi, or give him a hand shower, and vice versa, right? I think that contextualization hasn't sort of still come in. I suspect with AI and LLM, it's going to be a lot more easier.
Can I just come in here?
Yes.
I think just want to add 2 bits. I think this area again will go through massive change. It's already with digital personal data protection bill. It's the core of it, and I think marketeers have to start going back along with the data privacy and the tech team, because the data, for the purpose for which it's getting collected, the end use of data, the fiduciary responsibility to ensure that not just you, but if you are using partners and vendors who in turn are going to work with you, and if they have a mishap, you are accountable. And I think then the anonymization and encryption of data to ensure that, just like you mentioned, personal identifiable data has to completely be masked and done away with. So I think all of that will create added complexity to the level at which you will be able to do personalization and do more targeted stuff, because customers can always come back and say, this is not a consent I've given. How did you know that this is a product I needed, or this was a shoe? And I think we have had enough stories in the past of how, some of the agencies knew what is the next product you're going to buy even before the need arose, or how Domino's knows that who's going to place. Or I think, so this is going to be a very interesting space of how you combine privacy but still continue to look at sharper targeting.
Thank you, Deepak. So, yes, Bharata, you had a lot of examples to share, and that was brilliant actually, and same with Deepak. So, privacy is important, and we want to prioritize privacy. It is equally important for the brands and agencies, eventually the marketers, to understand who is the user we want to reach out to, and identify the line which we need to walk to reach out to that user without spooking them, the way Varda put it. I still remember a conversation which I had with a person. He was asking me, it was in a flight, he was asking me, what do you do? I got to explaining a little bit, we struck up a conversation. And he asked me, okay, tell me one interesting campaign that you have done, or else some interesting strategy that you have adopted. So there was this, I explained to him how we tapped into the local dealer network based on PIN codes, and then on the phone screen when the user tapped on buy now, be connected to the local dealer. This was not a product that was sold online, so this was more of an automobile brand. So it was a test drive. So the local dealer would get that number, and then his number would pop up on the user screen. The person said, that's really cool, a bit creepy, but really cool. So that is the fine line that we need to understand and have that in our mind when we are talking about privacy. Understanding what is it the user wants, making sure that the users are educated about the data that they are sharing in bold words, and then coming back, collecting that data and reaching out to them for relevant advertising. Now we have spoken about all of these topics, but then one more topic which is being discussed by everyone right now, and I believe I just have time for one more question, so my apologies. I guess I'll go to Priya with this one. So Priya, your thoughts on sustainability, because programmatic is a medium where we utilize ad servers, we utilize server integration so heavily that on an average, one ad slot gets about 7,000 hits per month. 7,000 per ad slot. This means that only across the top 5 digital marketing countries, we are talking about 215,000 metric tons of CO2. So, with this in mind, what steps are we taking as an industry towards sustainability, and what does the future hold for us?
Sure. So, when you think of sustainability, I mean, advertising is one of the biggest industries that contributes to carbon emissions. So I'll give you an example. A $10,000 campaign run on any digital media would contribute to about 2 metric tons of carbon emissions. That is massive. That could be, an entire airplane flying for, 4 or 5 hour flight. So it is massive of how we are contributing carbon emissions into the environment, and we definitely have to do something. So I think it's the responsibility of every company to first of all, look at what has been contributed by them. So it is important to measure what you're contributing, only then you can offset. And there are multiple ways, and everybody would have their own strategy. But I'll give you an example of what OpenX did, because we're an SSP, we get, billions and trillions amount of data into our data centers each month. What we did was we migrated to GCP, Google Cloud Platform, and that migration helped us to kind of, reduce our carbon emissions drastically. So that was the first step that we did, and that was it started off being more of a company decision to kind of bring down costs, becoming more efficient, which attributed to us becoming carbon neutral in a big way. And then we started to build our other initiatives, and we're now certified net zero. And there were a lot of other parameters that contributed to it. But every campaign that an advertising agency wants to run with us, we actually would bear the cost of offsetting that if they want to run green media buys. And that's an initiative that we've taken because we want to not only just be net zero ourselves, but also want to help all of our other partners to go down that path. So sustainability is something everybody needs to look at it from their own perspective, as well as help their partners to achieve that status themselves.
Thank you so much. So my 2 cents on this topic again would be that sustainability is definitely an initiative we should be looking at, but then some more practical steps to add to what you just mentioned would be looking at identifying the smallest possible supply chain, the least number of hops that we can in reaching the eventual user. That is one way to reduce it. So SPO is a big part of the conversation here, and we should definitely be looking at it as one of the options, one of the short-term options to proceed with this, while the overall sustainability conversation picks up pace and we go towards a net zero goal. Thank you so much everyone for sharing your thoughts on the topics. Do we have any questions from the audience for any of the panelists or myself? Well, thank you so much. And yeah.
Any questions? Any questions? Now is a good time. We have exactly got a couple of time for a couple of questions. If you have any questions, queries, now is the time. We have one right here, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. My question to every panelist here, do you think that from marketer's point of view, it should be why-based marketing instead of, how? Because everyone in, programmatic times, everyone understands, we can solve this problem, we can reach out to micro audience, the target audience, but as you say that everyone is doing right? Do you think that the question is why we should do it before we execute any of the campaigns on programmatic?
Okay. Sorry. So quick, one-liner maybe, but the fact is that, before doing any marketing activity, right, you have to plot out your customer journey. You start from there. Why do you want to talk to them? What are you going to say to them? Are really they going to convert? These questions asked before. Programmatic is only like a means to do what you want to do, right? But you start with that. In fact, one of the things I was thinking I should probably say that I kind of kept quiet is, I don't think we put enough emphasis on this part to plan it out first before we start the journey of कि कैसे करेंगे, right? So good question. I think that's the first point. उसके बाद आता है कि कैसे करेंगे, how.
No, the short answer is yes, absolutely. But I must say that this question, if you are in a courtroom, it would be a leading question because in your question you are giving the answer. But for all of us, absolutely start with why. The rest all is in the details.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Now's a good time. We have one more there.
Hi, this is Amarnath from Dotwise. The general trend in the Indian industry says approximately 50% plus people spend time on open internet. There's still a belief that the major spends goes towards walled gardens and not towards programmatic. I would want the panelists to just throw some light upon this. And when do we see a percentage shift happening towards programmatic?
I think it sort of goes back to that attribution and measurement, point, right? I think the first phase of programmatic, which was essentially driving outcomes, clicks, sales, I think that's happened, right? Like I think Ritika was saying, you also want to know the customer's journey, right? And I think anyone who's run campaigns on Google and Facebook would tell you, you can actually practically weave a story about, hey, this is this person, he or she reads news on Rediff for 5 minutes, then does this, searches for this, etc., etc. Obviously, needless to say, they also have some pretty impregnable sort of modes because they have access to your search, your maps, your email, etc., etc., right? Which is obviously not something that programmatic has. But having said that, I still think on the programmatic side, a time-lapsed view of a customer backward sketch is still something that's possible given that you have the data, but it's just not happened, and that would just be so much more sort of useful from a planning perspective. Saying, hey, I ran this campaign, targeting, let's say, women between 25 and 35 in Bandra who live close to a salon, who frequently sort of, see this kind of YouTube channels, what have you, and this is the outcome, right? The problem, and because I also sort of manage the ads business, lots of times people come and ask me, hey, can you give us anchors about the bid prices that we should put in on, let's say, detergents or what have you, right? Not that the anchor is going to be the final judge of what the price is going to be, but it's a very useful sort of starting point, right? If it is too high, I know this is just not the game for me, ROAS is just too low for me, so I'd walk away from it. Or, people come and say, hey, how many times does someone search for detergents before he or she buys a premiumized version of the same detergent? Stuff like that, right? Micro stories that a brand manager is interested in. I think we've still not been able to crack that insights portion with programmatic. It's just so driven by data. The psychology element of it, the easier way to sort of articulate element of it, I think that still has some legs to go.
Just one thing to add to this. We as marketers always think funnel, right? Top funnel, middle, and then conversion. In awareness, programmatic is definitely getting a larger share of pocket in our media plans, right? Because it's reach, impressions, clicks. In the lower funnel, however, the ROAS conversation on programmatic is not that easy. ROAS on Meta and Google are much easier to attribute, much easier to get. So we have to still remember that it is largely an awareness game, and there is still some time before programmatic is a large chunk of our lower funnel campaigns. And that's, I guess, 2023 right now.
One thing, maybe just a point of view here, but I don't think there's enough education on why the walled gardens are falling short. Build on that. Maybe we'll all convert. Yeah.
Any further questions? We have one last one to go.
Hi, I'm Himanshu from Dangalands. Vardha, you have mentioned about, not to focus on just outcomes, but to look into the complete, user journey. And when Tesha mentioned about first party, second party, third party data, and using a lot of data partners to where you can plug those data points onto platforms like Google, Meta, etc. And then you just mentioned that, you use all of this largely on awareness, which is your top funnel. How much of these third-party or maybe second-party data points you actually use for your, when you say top funnel, mid funnel? Because a lot of the conversations when these data gets, put onto platforms like Meta, etc., it's largely about, last funnel, which is performance. Because I've seen marketers talking about, it's been 10 days, 20 days, and your data is not performing. So where is that conversation, and how you plug it back to the awareness part?
Yeah, sure. Sure. So essentially, when it comes to data, look, the big thing is collecting quality data. I always advocate PII over 2P or 3P data, to be very honest, just because whether you're using chatbots or lead ads, etc., there is a lot more control you have. And in the tests that I have run across my career, in general, I have seen that outperform 2P, 3P data. And even if you put them in the same, campaign and literally just test these against each other, you will see PII perform better. So for me, the question is always, how do you collect the best quality data and then really use it across the funnel, right? And that's the advantage of all of these, like with similar audience, etc. Even Google is kind of moving to this whole thing where you can create like a lookalike percentage. That's a new property they have come up with recently. So the question is, how do you use it for different objectives in different part of the funnel? But truly, this data can be used across different stages, and across different stages, you'll see it drive. Like in top funnel, you see it drive better brand awareness, in mid, better clicks, and then, of course, then better sales. So I've really seen that the whole funnel happen.
Just to sort of add to that, right? Again, I think lots of folks just think if I add in data, right, it'll improve performance. It's a very philosophical statement, right? I think you have to cut it and say, where does the diminishing return lie? I'll give you a real example, right? We struggle with what's a good catchment, right? Someone had the brainwave that, you can just get a lot of data about who stays in a potentially a crore plus apartment, right? Which is par for the course for someone who's earning 10 lakhs plus from a 99 acres. I mean, I'm just sort of giving you a real example. And it just seems so obvious that that data was sitting right in front of us. But yet we chose to ignore it. And we were going around in circles saying, can we get Airtel postpaid data, prepaid data? If I just, get a sense of, for example, the durables that you own, right? The house in which you stay in, the car that you drive, I pretty much know most of who you are, right? The problem is we just get obsessed with data that may not have material impact. And there's a lot of grunt work. And then you squeeze it, very little juice sort of comes out of it. That's metaphorically sort of the right way to answer that. I think as a brand manager, it's very important for you to sort of have that insight about what are the 4 or 5 real big things that matter, right? You can keep getting lots of data thrown at you, but they may not necessarily move the needle.
All right, with that, that was the last question that we were looking to. Going on record, since I've been emceeing a lot of conferences, this is the first panel discussion that has happened in real time. So a big round of applause for all our panelists and our session chair. May I take this opportunity to welcome on stage to present mementos to our panelists, Mr. Gandharva Sachdeva, Country Head, India and Thailand for Hybrid. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody, as we present on behalf of the team mementos to all our panelists and to our session chair. A round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Shashidhar Sharma. Zordar Taaliyan ho jaye. Let's encourage them and thank them for our presence. May I request our panelists to step a little forward for the photo ops, if possible. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. And may I request a quick photo with all the panelists together, along with you, sir. A quick photo. You can keep the mementos at the side. And a quick picture would be appreciated. Please join us. Yes, it's going to be a widescreen picture right there, but that's how we like it. A big round of applause for our esteemed panelists, everybody. And may I request you to join us in the lounge for a few bites that we'd request from you all. Thank you so much. And now before I proceed to the next part, yes, there's something exciting lined up. We started off doing a very interesting warm-up at the start, and now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure it gets exciting into the second half also. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, कुछ बहुत खास होने वाला है. But that's going to happen in the second half. So we're going to exactly break for lunch right now and see you exactly at 2 p.m. Lots more coming up. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of our conference. We'll be starting shortly.
स्टार्ट हाँ हाँ वो कर दो नहीं है ना हाँ रुक जाओ आई नो हाँ अभी बैठे कल बार आओ ना मोस्टली दे आर ईटिंग मोस्ट ऑफ देम आर हाँ डांस नहीं देगा भाई
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start in a few minutes from now. A humble request to people standing outdoors, join us inside the banquet as we start off with the second half. Thank you so much.
आप वो देखो इसके बाद करते हैं तो वीडियो पे क्राउड आ जाएगा ना उसके बाद क्राउड नहीं है ना इधर थे आप इधर
मेरा वो बिना ब्रांडिंग
अच्छा हाँ बज रहा है ना घंटे
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please join us back at the seats as we start off with the second half. Also, a humble request, please keep your mobile phones back on silent mode. And after a sumptuous meal, we are back in action. Namaste, Pranam, Salam, Vanakkam, welcome, Sasrikal, Kavitor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is RJ Rahul with you, welcoming you back to E4M Presents Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2023. Well, I told you the second half is going to be really exciting, and now it's time to start our second panel discussion of the day, which is based on AI in programmatic advertising. And now I'd like to welcome on stage our panelists. Let's welcome our moderator, our session chair for this panel discussion, Mr. Nachiket Deve. A big round of applause for Nachiket, everybody. He's head of sales, Double Verify. Welcome. Welcome to the panel discussion, sir. We had a wonderful discussion around lunch. Also joining in our panel discussion will be from Publicis Media, SVP, lead position, programmatic. Give it up for Mr. Anil Pandit. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer, everybody. It's also an honor and privilege to welcome on stage Regional Head, South Asia, Lemma, Mr. Salil Shankar. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Also joining in from Dentsu, we've got SVP, Programmatic Growth and Partnership, Mr. Tushar Gupta. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And joining in, somebody we met a few minutes back, Mr. Gandharva Sachdeva, Country Head, India and Thailand Hybrid. Let's welcome Mr. Sachdeva on stage back again. And joining in will be the CDO for e-commerce and performance marketing EM. Give it up for Latish Nair. Over to our session chair.
Yeah. It's working.
Hello.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for your time. Hope everybody had a wonderful lunch outside and ready to learn something after this lunch. And we have this esteemed panel here to discuss about something that we're not even thinking of, AI. We have not heard of AI in the last 1 year, right? None of us. But interestingly, AI has touched our lives knowingly or unknowingly. And we as digital marketers perhaps are at the forefront of this evolution, right? And now, since this is about programmatic, so let's talk about how AI in programmatic ecosystem is kind of developing and moving towards something which will change the landscape of how programmatic has been seen and been believed in, right? So just a couple of points that I have, right? Currently, AI is much more than what we know and what we think of. Currently, we're still restricted to generative AI. Probably that's the easiest AI algorithm for us to understand. And it has created new opportunities for both creative and media optimization. With the help of AI, the systems, the tools are generating ad copies in real time at scale. Not only ad copies, they are creating creatives at scale, designing creatives at scale. Not only designing creatives, but optimizing the deliveries with the help of AI. So AI has touched probably the entire value chain of programmatic and digital ecosystem, right? And of course, it also poses certain challenges, right? With all the technology that's coming our way. A, how do we remove bias out of AI thinking, right? B, how do we ensure the privacy concerns that a user has as well as the marketer will have? How do we ensure the compliance? How do we ensure copyright infringement? there are so many things that comes as a challenge when we start exploring new technologies. So let's touch upon these different aspects in the next probably 50, 60 minutes. I'll probably start with your personal experiences, panelists. Before we dwell into digital advertising, I hope all of us have experienced AI firsthand in some way or the other. So let's hear from you. When was the last time you used any of the AI tools personally, and what was your experience like? Gandharv, you want to start?
Well, so the last time when I used an AI tool, it was last week, and it was a tool which is Synthesize. So we were looking to do some training modules and everything in our company. So I decided that I sat down with my training people and we said that let's try a tool. And we worked out, and it was really nice. We just mentioned that what all we want, the complete material, and if you give a sales pitch, you'll have a speaker along with that, and the speaker will talk about it. This is something that I was talking to you right now, that yes, this man has a nice voice. We should incorporate him over there, and that would really feel the way that we got to do it. But yes, AI tools are really working nice. Some of my colleagues have been using the Bing Creator as well, wherein the image creator that we do, and it really helps us in the organizations where it is as now.
Fantastic.
So work-wise, of course, it's a bread and butter, but I would rather move to the personal zone. It's basically conversational. It's daily basis. It's a utility service today. All your voice searches or your CTV channel changing, everything is on the air. So basically small, but utility is what I would go for.
So day-to-day utilities are now powered by AI.
So I think it's more of like intentionally or unintentionally, AI is part of our life, right? So I'll break this like what Latish mentioned about the utility. We talk about Siri, we talk about Alexa. By default, it's an AI which is like having a dual conversation with us, with the kids, with the families, on the personal life. But when it comes to the professional, like what Gandharv mentioned about the utility, how we can use different products to create our channel of activities which is required from an AI-based solutions. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So agree with Salil. So the two things like AI has been in our lives, Nachi. It's just now that we have started noticing it, right? So unconsciously, we are using it every day. Consciously, if you ask me and personally, yes, there's a chat GPT tab which is now pinned in my desktop. And of late, I've been trying few others, including Mentis for some content generation. On Excel sheets, you can use your add-ins and you can install that chat GPT plugins. So these are few of the conscious generative AI plugins that I'm trying to use.
I think I will resonate with that, and I'll keep it on a personal front that lately I've realized I've been talking to a lot of devices, like Alexa, especially for exploring music playlist, ordering things sometimes. And a fun one is basically whenever I write an email, just like my wife, I think it guesses what I'm going to write next. So I think that is something I would like to touch upon. Yeah.
Fantastic. I resonate with that use case. So I use ChatGPT to send out the congratulatory work anniversary email to my colleague. Guys, this is fantastic, right? The vocab is outstanding. The narrative is phenomenal. So try it for all your email conversations. Fantastic. Moving to programmatic, and I'll put agencies at the center to begin with because you guys are driving that option. You guys are driving the technology. So my question is to both Latish and Anil. See, what are the opportunities that AI has created for agencies, right? Considering, if you have any case studies that you want to voice out, please voice it out. But it has helped automating the tasks when it comes to programmatic execution. Also, it is, as I said earlier, right? It is helping visualize the concept. It is creating copies on the go. So how agencies are adopting to these technologies, and what's your experience like? Latish or Anil, you want to take it?
Okay, let me first clarify that we're talking about Gen AI or traditional AI, right? So if it's generative AI, Nachiket, let's understand that it's not a new trend. Rather, it's a world-changing technology. It's a transformative technology, and as Satya Nadella puts it, it's larger than the internet itself, right? So at Publicis, we are fully aware of the immense possibilities and opportunities that exist or that benefits that can accrue to clients, brands, in fact, everyone in the ecosystem, right? And there are a lot of learning programs, training sessions, which are on company-wide contests, the company agency-wide hackathon, which is currently on as I'm speaking now. And we're coming up with various use cases. We're trying to close some use cases, build up on some of the use cases for clients. As we speak, we also have got our own Publicis GPT, which technically comprises of three aspects. We have a factory GPT, which helps in creating workflows and roadmaps in a privacy-compliant way for clients. We have generative, we have a sandbox GPT, which gives clients easy and exclusive and safe access to the large language model tech to fuel their creativity and productivity. And so for now, just to give you an example, for a retail client, we're already working on a semantic product recommendation, which is based on NLP, natural language processing, which takes the user inputs, which takes the purchase data, historical purchase data, and tries to recommend new products. In the beauty space, we're trying to build or use synthetic voice using TalkBack, which is one of the app partner for us for video production. So there are numerous such cases which we are identifying, we are building up on it, and we have a curated list of our own set of partners, more from the ethical and responsible that we have identified, and that's there up on the list for us to use for our clients.
Fantastic. So these are the tools that you have developed in-house as a group. Fantastic. Latish.
I would rather put across a use case. Let's split the ecosystem as media versus creative. What does it do from the media lens? I think there's tremendous potential. We have started seeing efficiency coming in big time. The mundane jobs of manual optimization, data sets reading, large data set curating, I think we've just now outsourced to it. Of course, there's a human angle, human intervention at the end of the day. It's not fully dependable on AI. So the use cases on media, paid media, managing programmatic campaigns is very, very clearly, there is a scope of AI playing a bigger role. From a creative side, there is a challenge of copyrights and violations coming in, but again, huge potential in terms of creating copies by the fly, provided the elements which are put in, if those elements are taken care from a copyright perspective, I think then you have a fly-in kind of campaigns to be taken care of. So use cases on both sides is there, if there is no constraint. The moment you start putting constraints, at least we have started seeing some challenges, and that's what we are working with our partners to create a generative AI for those constraints. So that's what it is right now. So when I put constraints, I'm purely talking from an open exchange versus a PG deal versus a PMP, not necessarily the outputs are same across.
Sure. So with the inputs going in, the systems also will start becoming more intelligent, I would say.
So you probably create a separate generative AI for that particular algo or for that particular constraint. So that's the work which is going on.
Fantastic. So agencies kind of adopting technologies for the betterment of marketers, and then of course the entire ecosystem. Moving from agencies to the platform, right? So we spoke about creative, we spoke about visualization, copies, but fundamental digital, phenomenal, which is keyword, right? So Gandhav, the question is for you. How does keyword targeting stand out as a more effective and nuanced approach in this emerging space? And how is it connecting the audiences, keeping the context and contextual relevant in mind?
So coming on to the keyword targeting, that when we talk about keyword targeting, it has two nuances to it. Wherein we say that keyword targeting helps us, it is a new form of media, the modern media, the advertising that we are doing, apart from the traditional media. So today when we do keyword targeting, we are targeting the right audience, the right set of audience, and looking at the right set of campaigns that we are doing. So the tools that we have internally, when we talk about that, there's one keyword and one is contextual targeting. On the contextual targeting, we go on to a tool which is Semantica 360. So when we do normal keyword targeting, it would just look at keywords and throw the ad where the relevancy is. But when we add on to a layer to it, which is Semantica, it actually helps us in scanning the complete article and the image and throwing the ad at the right place where it wants. So just giving you a small example over here that we were just discussing right now, say a keyword which is an apple. So apple is a phone as well, and apple is a fruit as well. So if you just give me a keyword which is apple, I can actually do the targeting and the ad can float wherever it can be. But yes, if I add a layer which is Semantica, then with Semantica, we will do a complete layering. We will read the article, our tool will read it, and then accordingly, we throw the ad at the right place. So keyword targeting and contextual targeting are two things which today in the modern advertising is much more required by the advertisers, and that is what we see that it's coming in the next form today.
No, absolutely. I think it's not about keyword, it's about the context in which that keyword has come is more important. Right. Fantastic. Moving on to another emerging platform, Lemma, Salil. We spoke about the copyright infringement and bias, etc. So what, according to you, marketers can responsibly experiment keeping these constraints in mind, especially when it comes to mitigating issues around copyright, bias, and others?
Yeah, Nishikesh, we need to realize that AI, the arm race, has completely changed or changed by the developers of long learning machines, LMS, which is like our open APIs of Meta, Google, and it has transformed into an integration of the LLM, which is like long learning machine with the Gen AI, which is like available to us. So for marketers, there are three aspects which I would see, and from a mitigation of how we can safeguard the content, how we can safeguard the brand identity. So there are measurements which need to be taken care from an AI perspective as well. So one is like from the compliance perspective. One is like how frequently we are training that AI while feeding different set of data. And because there are biasness from an AI generated model, it can be skewed towards X and Y, but we need to see how we can actually control that biasness because it can actually hit the market in a different scenarios. So compliance is very much imperative for an advertiser or marketers per se, how they can be compliance with different content partners, identifying the list of things which is like prominence for the brand, understanding from the actual content which is being generated by AI as resilience to the brand which is need to be there from a marketing spectrum perspective. And second, like I said, because data and representation of data, that has to be fed frequently so that you can monitor, you can test and see, okay, the data which is feeding on the Gen AI is matching as per the resonance of the brand so that it can be go direct what the people is looking for it, and where you can have that control from the biasness perspective.
Fantastic. So in a way, it still needs human intelligence
absolutely
to feed in and make it better and unbiased and following the compliance the way we want them to follow, right?
I mean, see, it's a myth because we've been using AI for years, and it's a human intervention, how we need to define that AI for the brand and for the brand performance and delivering or monitoring the KPI which is there in the market. So yes.
Yeah. So in a way, it needs that customization. It still needs that guidance rather than just adopting it as is.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Moving to Tushar. Tushar, you perhaps represent the epitome of programmatic with the trading desk, and programmatic transactions day in, day out. So according to you, how marketers are using AI and developing best practices, A, for themselves or for the industry as a whole? And how is advanced data analysis, insights, optimization in targeting, creative, and very important bidding strategies, are kind of being developed, keeping AI in mind?
So, as Phil mentioned that, there's AI has been around for years. It's just that it's hype for a lot of people because they don't know what to believe. But at Dentsu, with all my conversations and interactions with the clients and my partners, we see endless possibilities in that. So I believe that data is at the core of AI. Without data, there is no AI. And your data sets have to be very rich. They have to be diverse because the best data that you feed in, the best output you get. So once you have that output, once you have those user preferences, your patterns, then you're able to personalize the campaigns better. You are able to throw dynamic creatives, you're able to throw personalized communication experiences, which is the need of the hour. And moving on, I see that a lot of creative optimization is already happening. We have seen tools like Midjourney, which, with just a few prompts, they're able to throw brilliant output, never seen before images. Obviously there's a question of copyright there, but it's not just limited to creatives. Marketeers with whom I talk to, they have been using this for, writing product detail pages, copies of their ads, and even for social media posts. So I think that's a very brilliant use of AI in today's world. And after that, I think the best thing I like about AI, and this has been on the rise for quite a few years now, is chatbots. So it has been a blessing in disguise for small businesses which are not able to set up call centers for the customer experiences. But with the use of chatbots, they're able to give instant customer experience, customer services, and at a very low cost. So it's better, it makes you efficient, and also at scale. Coming to the best practices, I think still there is a need to set some guardrails from a human point of view. We need to set the right expectations, what we want to achieve, and those are the kind of prompts that should go into the AI so that you get the desired results. The data quality should be very good. Again, the richer the data, the best output. And I think there should be human oversight as well. It should be a combination of man and machine and not man versus machine.
Very well said. Combination of man and machine. But from and maybe one question for all, Latish, Anil, and Tushar. As an agency group, do you guys have guidelines about AI for your customers? Or it's still an evolving journey for all of us and very subjective?
So, Nachi, the way I see it is, for the first time, I'm seeing that generative AI euphoria, as well as the concerns and challenges around it, are happening at the same time. If I compare with any other innovation or innovative technology that came in yesteryears, euphoria had a long period, and then we started seeing challenges of viewability and fraud and then everything. For the first time, I'm seeing both of them are happening at the same time, which is good. But I agree with you, the guardrails are not yet in place. I think the companies around, the bigger companies, the governments are working towards it. And I think the rules of the game need to be established. Otherwise, there are numerous cases that we are all reading and hearing about intellectual property rights being taken away. There was a Danish anti-piracy firm which filed a case against Book3, which had a data set of around 2 lakh books in the text format. They were trying to train the large language model without consent and compensation. Yeah. So there are numerous such cases, right, going around. So I think some of the guardrails are already in place, right? Like you need to scrutinize the data. You need to make sure that the data that is going into, as Tushar was saying, has to be representative enough, right? Second, you have to make sure that the people who are working on this or training these algorithms are diverse in nature. Yep. The teams are diverse, so that, or they should be actually sensitized towards representing all aspects of different opinions. Third, there should be a reinforcement learning in place so that automatic human feedback loop is in place. And if there is a bias which is identified in the process, it gets auto-corrected. And fourth, transparency is key. If there is a need to open up the black box of AI, you need to do that, right? You need to look at the data, what went in. You need to look at the people who trained the data. Yeah. I think there are numerous guardrails being put in place, but I don't know still if there is industry-wide some form policies which are already in place. Google has their own, different companies are laying down their own guardrails.
Very valid point, Anil, which you made about diversity, right? People are developing it, how diverse they are and how they're developing it. Very valid point.
So it's definitely in place, but not at an industry level, at an agency level. It's basically guardrails for input data, what to do with the output data. Input data definitely has some levels of checks happening, what kind of data, what kind of privacy data can go in, and what to do with the output data. Well, who owns the output data? So there is a basic thing. Is it evolving? Of course it has to evolve. There's no two ways about it. Is it getting fine-tuned day by day? Yes is the answer. But I think it's a stakeholder situation where agency, client have to work together along with the partners. And I think transparency is key. I think all three players have to probably agree on what the output is and how do we publish it.
Yeah, yeah. Gandharv, I want to come to you. See, maintaining seamless user experience is essential in general with the entire value chain that we have, right? And image makes a critical part of it. So how does in-image advertising strike a balance between delivering brand message and ensuring non-disruptive user journey?
So to begin with, I would like to mention over here is that in-image advertising, when we talk about, is the new form of advertising. So what we've been looking till now is that we've been looking at the standard banners saying the 728 by 90 or the 300 by 250. So today we come up with another format which is in-image advertising, where it helps in a lot of banner blindness. Then user disruption is not there, because when a user is reading an article and there's an image, he's actually getting engaged with that particular image. And the ad pops up on that particular image. So yes, the user engagement is much better. And yes, we're doing it at the right level of audience. The right audience is reading the right article and they see the ad over there. So when we talk of in-image advertising, the new form of advertising, and today when we go to clients, they ask for a lot of innovations. So those this is like an innovative kind of a ad unit, which is helping into banner blindness, brand safety, and a lot of users are using it today at this point of time. And we've been using this as an image. We have our own product, which is Vox that we have. And we term it with Semantica 360, wherein we do it. And we do it contextually as well, wherein we read the complete image along with the article and the emotions as well. So emotions in the image, and we throw the ad over there. So you see the right user and the right article at that point of time. So that is how in-image is something which is the next thing that we see in the market today.
So now we have emotional banner as well, I would say.
Yeah.
That's great. Tushar, whenever there is new technology, probably there is fear in mind, which is मेरा performance का क्या होगा, right? So, and question to you, how you can leverage AI in performance marketing, essentially to optimize efficiencies and drive better results, considering the increasing costs, the situation of global economy. How is it kind of shaping up?
I think I'll mention that data part again, because I believe data is at the core of everything. So at Dentsu, we have our in-house proprietary tools that we have created. One of them is Pearl, which sits on top of your dashboards like Facebook, your other platforms, your DV platform, your AdWords, and it actually helps you optimize the campaign. It helps you channelize the spends in the right direction, basis your other targeting segments, basis your creative optimization, basically understanding what kind of a creative is resonating well with your user, and basis that you can create compelling stories thereafter, right? So that is the most important part, which is data. Apart from that, I think you have to be privacy and ethically compliant in your approach. That is the most important part, and you have to make sure that you are following the company guidelines, as you mentioned. So data, creative, and yeah, I think that's the most important part.
So it's essentially also helping you guys to hyper-personalize at scale, using the data is what you said, and then drive better outcomes and results eventually. Okay.
So it also helps you with competitive analysis. So once you understand the market scenario, your competition strategies, you can actually identify the gaps and the opportunities. So it helps you actually keep you ahead of the curve.
That's another interesting point. Competitive advantage also can be a very, very key point here. We spoke about images, emotional banners, but we have not touched upon videos, which is where the meat is, right? Salil, so my question is to you as a platform, right? How AI can enhance video ad efficiencies?
Sure, Rithikesh. I think the days has gone where everything was manually setting the entire campaign, which is like identifying the custom audiences. Now it's more of like AI generated hybrid hyper targeted campaigns. So it's from screen to screen. Doesn't matter like is it on a display, is it on a video, CTV or digital out of home per se. It's more of like how AI can actually create a value for an advertiser, precisely understanding where our audiences are and emotionally in a different engaging factor, like how we can connect in different screens. Because we need to understand like the behavior of the audiences is completely changed, right? And that's why like somehow AI is playing a different and vital role from an overall marketing perspective as well. How are you defining, like you said, it's a human over machine, right? How humans are actually defining that machine to understand whether my audience is consuming X content on different stream of be it if it's a video, if it's a even audio, right? How we are resonating our ads while they are consuming content in a contextual way where we can actually place and target based on the hyperlocal which is available through AI as a machine. And second, from a publisher perspective, AI again plays a vital role understanding the feed where we connect from one server to other server, whether it's a bot traffic, it's an invalid or valid traffic, and working with you guys like that make us more equipped to analyze each percentage of money which goes from one channel to other can be identified, can be a business valuable solution for the overall marketers as well as agencies. Yeah.
Yeah, we will meet. And, we have been looking at, search creatives or banner creatives which have been produced at scale. But when it comes to videos, probably that was not a, part of the solution till now. But you think with AI coming in, now you can equally produce videos at scale, Latish? Do you think that's going to be a possibility in future? And
absolutely, but within the constraints. Whatever elements you put in, let's say 100 elements are put in, based on that the AI can generate, let's say 1 lakh output. But then that's pretty safe. If you leave it for the web to take it, that's where the copyright violation is going to come. So I think we'll all have to take baby steps in defining what is the number of elements which will go in.
I think it's more of like seeding and feeding, right? So what you're feeding into that seeding ecosystem, that will generate and populate as per your need. And yes, automation help us, like hyper targeting what we are discussing. That feeding will resonate what you are defining as an AI and will connect to that audience and bring delivery as an efficiency for marketers as well.
Very well said. Seeding and feeding, correct. Now it's a very close to my heart question. Anil, maybe you can just throw some light upon it. On fraud and fraud detection. How AI-powered algorithms you think are essential for identifying, and not only identifying, but stopping the fraud across value system? And it's not just about digital, but in general, how it can help us mitigate that risk.
So, Nachi, that's your space for sure, right? But having said that, see, again, we are asking this question, not that this tech, or let me start by that all ad detection technology has some form of AI or ML algorithm built into it. It's not that it was built today or we're discussing today. It's just that we're discussing what is going behind the scene, right? So for fraud detection, right, there are two kinds of machine learning algorithm, and correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, which is a supervised machine learning and an unsupervised machine learning algorithm. So a supervised machine learning is something which is on the basis of labeled data. So this is fraud, this is not fraud. Yeah. And when the algorithm and when it looks at various impressions, it is able to classify them into these two buckets, and hence an algorithm is created and becomes very simple. The problem starts when suddenly the fraud type changes, or a new fraud comes up, which can happen anyone like the glass which broke. It can happen anytime, right? So that is where the supervised ML algorithm fails and unsupervised ML comes into play, which is basically unlabeled data, and hence it looks into the behavioral anomalies of each impression, where impression-wise, click-wise, visit-wise, and then it tries to see if it is changing from the trend of the impressions that it has figured out so far. So I think ML is something that goes into the fraud detection technology. Add more.
No, that's very well said. In fact, that's one part of it. Second part of it, see, fraud follows money, right? So wherever the money is going, the fraud will start following that. And with the new technologies, new platforms, for example, CTV or audio, right? The advertisers will start finding new avenues to advertise on, and the fraudsters will start following. So I think the technologies will start coming into the play when the newer platforms, newer formats are getting introduced real time, and manually it's impossible to kind of monitor that from fraud perspective. I think that's where it's moving. Latish, what's your take on that?
Completely aligned with Anil, but the larger question is, again, I'm grappling with technology allows to identify fraud, but what are we doing about it? What is the end output the client gets? You just probably take the data and do a informed decision with regards to those particular platform. At the end of the day, client still ends up paying for whatever it is. So I think there needs to be a common currency. We spoke about QCPM across a few years, but it's not a trading currency yet. But it's time to look at it. I'm no way saying the penalization to publisher or anything, but there's a common ground which needs to come in. I think once that acceptance of a currency comes in, I think the awareness and the way things will move will be pretty fast. So that's my take.
Yeah. So partially, I think it's been taken care of, right? When, especially for the programmatic advertising, with the pre-bid technology, now you can literally avoid all the fraudulent impressions and advertisers don't have to pay for it. But when it comes to direct buys, I think we still have that challenge. And as an industry, we need to probably find that solution which you're talking about since ages.
Actually, we only know what is the fraud that we are able to prevent. We don't know what we are not able to prevent, right? That's huge, actually.
We need a silver bullet for that. Right. With the fraud, you know, the security and transparency is another key point when it comes to programmatic, right? So Gandhav, my next question is to you. You know, how can brands ensure a secure and trustworthy advertising environment, keeping today's digital landscape in mind, where there are new formats, new platforms are getting launched every day. UGC is massive. You never know which kind of content will come from where. And brand is probably at risk of being exposed to anywhere that they can't even imagine. So how you think it's been taken care of?
So how I think is that what we see as the platforms that we all are using, and when we go ahead to our brands and we say that brand safety is the most important thing which needs to be taken care of. So the question comes that how would you do the brand safety environment? So just to give you a small example, we recently started with the Thailand business as well. And when we started with the Thailand business, the first question came to us was that we don't want the advertising to happen on the royal family business. So we as an organization, we have a team at the back end wherein we are mode certified and everything which is there. So the team at the back end went ahead and pulled out each and everything in Thailand saying that, okay, fine, where is the royal family that exists? What are the articles? What are the keywords that have been looking at? What are the context that has been looked at? And we pulled it out and we made buckets into it that, okay, fine, this is how we're going to do it. And we're going to ensure the brand that it doesn't happen. And yes, it is a success for us. So we as platforms have to look into the major thing that how do we give a brand safe environment, and when we go to the client and when we run their campaigns, we have to ensure that that brand safety is maintained at every level of placement basically. So I agree that there are a lot of ad units which are there, and sometimes we as platforms, we do not agree to run ad units where we feel the brand safety is not there. So we need to go back to the client and tell them that these are the ad units which might lead to a problematic solution as well. So there has to be a consistent discussion that we get into it.
So it needs to be, the transparency and trust needs to be established. And then you also need to understand the client concerns and their policies to kind of set this up.
Yes.
Fantastic. We have probably 7 minutes, and one important challenge I want to pose and understand, your views. The use of generative AI has raised many concerns. We spoke about compliance, ethical issues, privacy regulations, and the different formats the platforms that we spoke about. Now, how do we kind of overcome these challenges, or what are our views on that? Anil, we spoke about this and you said that you want to share some thoughts.
No, so, as I said, euphoria and challenges are being discussed today, discussed together, which is fine and great and appreciative. When it comes to, say, responsible AI, is a word, is a term that we're all hearing. And there are privacy compliance under it, right? There are biases which are coming under it. So, so Ronald Reagan once said that when your neighbor loses a job, you call it recession. When you lose your job, it's called depression, right? Now, in this, I agree with Latish that it has to be a joint effort while addressing all these challenges. But at the same time, when it comes to biases, for example, it has a lot of similarity between human and AI. So how does our worldview get formed? It gets formed from three aspects or three interactions. The content of education that you're receiving, the preconceived notions of your parents and teachers that you're growing up with, and your interactions throughout your life that you do with so many people. Similarly, on the AI side, right, it's the data that you are getting trained on, it gets impacted. It's the people who are training those AI algorithm, and it's the interactions that these AI algorithms is having with other AI systems and the users, the prompts that we are giving. All this go on to create biases if we are not ensuring that the guardrails are in place. And what I talked about earlier is exactly what you do with removing human biases, it is what you do with while removing AI bias, right? You look at the data being trained upon. You look at the people who are doing it, right? Are they represented in enough? Are they diverse enough? And then you look at whether those biases which are being pointed out are being fed back into the system to correct it. And last, as I said earlier, is the transparency things. The transparency component, it has to be in place and sacrosanct.
I think probably then it's moving towards how we are training our teams, how we are training our teams to be future ready. Probably the same approach needs to be deployed for AI as well, because all these humanitarian, what do you call it, values is something that we want this tool to have. We expect the same our teams to follow as well.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
treat it as like another human.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Last question. We have spoken about challenges repeatedly in the last 50 minutes, but just wanted to hear from you guys. What, according to you, are some of the pain points that you want to highlight in this forum, be it industry challenges or the tool challenges? Tushar, if you want to pick it up.
I'll keep it short. And I completely resonate with Anil when he mentioned about the interactions and other 3 pointers. And I'll just summarize those points that, if we talk about data, if we talk about AI does not know what is right from wrong. It's about the people who are going to train those algorithms, the data that we feed in. So everything is based on that. I would like to quote Leo Chern here. I read that quote somewhere that, machines are fast, accurate, but stupid, and humans are slow, error-prone, but brilliant. So as I mentioned earlier, it has to be a combination of man and machine, not man versus machine.
And how do we make that happen is probably one of the biggest
Probably
challenges.
because by building more understanding, by more educating the clients, with growing digital maturity, I am sure it will evolve.
Sure.
No, again, is almost the same thing that there is a lot of hype, there is a lot of euphoria. While it's a great technology, we should just be self-aware that we should not get carried away by the euphoria, and we should take cognizance of little things that we might overlook while deploying. We all talked about ChatGPT, and we are ourselves doing a lot on this. There has to be a team. There has to be someone who is looking into these guardrails as well. Otherwise, it will just get swept away without, and hindsight will realize, oh, we have come this long way, but we've not put the rules of the game in place, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more from an acceptance and proactive approach, because it's a fact when we talk about AI, and there are limitations from a people perspective. If you talk about as an organization, there are levels who use and there are levels which they don't use. So as a company, we need to have a proactive approach from top to bottom, making that understanding what is the need of that AI, right? So educational, like Anil mentioned, how we are not influencing, but how we are keeping AI as part of us so that we can generate value and efficiency from an overall perspective, be it from an operation, be it from a delivery, even from a tech perspective as well. So it's more of like an proactive approach, which I feel.
So the earlier avatar had 3 partners, the publisher, the clients, and the agency. Today there is a 4th partner who's the technology people. This platform people, technology is going to stay here. The cost incurred needs to be accepted by the client. It's an enabler to bring in quality media, which probably impacts ROI. So it's very clear 4 stakeholders in the advertising ecosystem.
Very practical, very commercial. Gandharv, you want?
I would just say that yes, there are 2 things. One is educating the client, and the second is transparency. There has to be a lot of transparency in the system, wherein, because if we are not transparent, then at that point of time, we lose the game. So this is one of the most important word which I will mention is transparency that needs to be taken care of.
Fantastic. We're about time, guys. Thank you so much. I think key takeaway is AI is not going anywhere. It's probably the input that needs to go to the AI, and the people who are operating that AI needs to be very careful about what they're doing, because probably they're sitting on a gold mine or a time bomb, right? It can go either way. So they need to be very, very careful, and also as a user, we need to be very careful when we're using any AI tool. Remember, whatever input that's going in your chat GPT is getting recorded and can be used for your benefit or against you in future. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for kindly listening to us, being patient with us. Any questions, please feel free to ask.
We have time for one question. Here we go.
Hi, glass breaking session, subject, good one. I'm Tabriz, and question is for the agency team, and I think Latish has put it very well, input versus output. Just a question to the ATDs: when most of these spends are happening on an AI base developed by Google and Facebook, what is that we are trying to do on top of it? Addressing the challenges of adversarial attacks or algorithm biases which are going to happen. But how are we prepared on top of reliance on Google and Facebook, which is already giving their own input on the AI?
So I'll try to take that. Even today, leave aside AI, and I've shared this earlier also with people, that today, without naming any platform, when we look for, say, in-market for mothers, we get a segment, right, from that platform. Do we ensure, or are you very 100% sure that the platform has given me a 5 million audience size of in-market for mothers? It cannot be 3 million, it cannot be 6 million. So I agree with you. There are a lot of things that we have taken as given, and we're running the show. On the AI front, I think, as I said, there has to be a separate team. While Google and Facebook of the world, they are also integrating a lot of Gen AI within their system. There has to be a separate team within the agency, and who will look after and check these algorithms and try and have a closed door conversation with, again, if you have to go behind the scene, you have to see how the LLMs have been trained on, who are the teams who have trained this, is it working, are there any biases? I agree with you, it's not easy. It has to be dealt step by step, for sure.
Let me give a different analogy to whatever, that's a track one, let's put it that way. I think you need to be clearly focused on the business result, what the client is getting out of it. You don't need to probably bother what's happening. The guardrails are set by each client. What are the 10 things they want to have from a quality perspective? These 10 guardrails have been defined based on the business output they get month on month. Hence, everything is decided, what reach, at what frequency. If the technology or the platform is delivering that quality media, which results business output, I think you're pretty much safe as a track to perspective. Apart from that, not demeaning anything. But I think for us, the business fundamentals have to be clear. Output is important for the client.
All right, with this, it's time to thank our panelists for this amazing discussion. Let's give them a round of applause. Just a step forward for a quick photo. And may I take this opportunity to welcome back on stage the founder and CEO of Dangala's, Mr. Pulkit Narayanan, to join us on stage and present mementos to our panelists. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. We thank them for their time, their presence, and their views. And we are request for a quick group photograph right here. We don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Make sure you share your pictures, your comments, your questions as well, using the hashtag E4MRealTime. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage and sharing your thoughts. Right, now it's time to move ahead with our next part. But before I do that, this a lot of candid chats on stage. Yes, when you have the best of the best with you at this platform, that is what happens. You can catch our speakers one-on-one a little while from now. But before I go ahead with my next session, we started off with a very interesting point where I said you can share your thoughts, your comments. Okay. So I'm going to go into the audience right now and check the energy levels because this is the second half and we need to push the tempo to the next level. Okay. So this is for a video bite that we will share. Wherever you are, you have to be seated. Okay. Just for a minute or two and raise your hand up. And whenever I say E for M, you say real time. Okay. This is as simple as that. All right. So we are right here at E4M Real Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2023. E4M? Raise your hands. E4M? 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 Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we're going to make sure we tag you on our online platforms, on Twitter, Facebook, and our other platforms. But now it's time to introduce our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. And it's time for a lightning presentation on the topic, correlation versus causation, the debate on measurement of incrementality. And I'd like to welcome on stage the Director for Digital Media, India and Middle East, Publicis Epsilon. May I welcome on stage Ms. Gurleen Saran. Let's welcome Gurleen with a huge round of applause, everybody. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, this is going to be a lightning session on correlation versus causality. I apologize. This section on measurement is courtesy E4M, and it's in the second half. So I hope you've had enough coffee, you're caffeinated, you'll be able to sit through the next 15 minutes. So I head the India business for Publicis Epsilon. Epsilon was acquired by Publicis about 2019. It was one of the biggest acquisitions after they acquired Sapient. So Sapient was the services firm that they acquired, and with the acquisition of Epsilon, Publicis is getting into the space of MarTech and ad tech. So getting into normally not talked about when it comes to programmatic media advertising, paid media as an option. But what we've been able to do with Mama Earth is essentially leverage all of their first-party data, going back all the way 3 years, and leverage that to drive incremental return on ad spend. So in the previous session, Gandhar talked about, he wrapped up the session with a very, very important statement. He said it's all about growth. It's all about outcomes for your client, right? And that's exactly what the focus is about. Conversation today is. So while we typically talk about 3 pillars for whatever Epsilon does, doesn't matter if it's on the marketing side or on the ad tech side. It's about understanding the customer, identification, therefore. Second is resonating with the customer, so personalization, one-to-one communication with the customer. And lastly is proving the outcome, proving the results, and definitely proving the results. Today, instead of covering all of the other pillars and all of the other sort of 3-letter acronyms, we're going to focus on incrementality. We're going to focus on measurement. I decided to start the session with correlation and causality. Right? These are the 2 terms that are fairly misunderstood as far as measurement in programmatic is concerned. Had a good time researching the content for this slide. So what are we seeing on the slide? 2 metrics, or 2 analysis. Right? Divorce rate in the state of Union and per capita consumption of margarine. So if you look at this graph and you just look at the numbers as is, the trend line as is, what are we saying? Increased per capita consumption in margarine or butter leads to a higher divorce rate? No, right? And vice versa, what is the relationship between divorce rate and butter consumption? There is no causal relationship between the 2, right? There is a correlation, there is a positive coefficient of correlation, but there is no causal relationship between the 2. And this is essentially the problem that we face in marketing analytics today. Right? When it comes to programmatic, we start on the right-hand side. If you look at that slide, it's attribution. Right? We are going with correlation. My channel has been in the path to conversion. Therefore, I'm attributing or I'm giving credit for that particular conversion. But what we're trying to move to, and this is especially important in the context of first-party cookie-based, first-party solutions, third-party cookie deprecation, device ID deprecation potentially, is incrementality. You need more advanced models when it comes to measurement. So on the right-hand side, you're basically saying, I need to just get in front of as many conversions that are already going to happen. Right? I just need to take credit for those conversions. On the left-hand side, we're saying, let's actually run experiments, scientific experiments that tell us what would have happened any which way. What was the baseline going to be any which way without any intervention, without any personalization, without any usage of first-party data. Right? What is the incremental revenue? What is the incremental conversion that a channel is driving for me? Right? And so this is the baseline for us. Is the media driving the sale, or is that ad basically taking credit for the sale that was anyway going to happen? Now, like I said, interesting time researching for this article. Right? So you see a bunch of images on the slide. Carrying on from the attribution conversation, right? On the right-hand side is what you see as last touch attribution, last click attribution, or multi-touch attribution. So we started out with base models of last click and last touch, and now we've gone to a place where we're trying to get more advanced in terms of how we're measuring performance. The reason I picked up the football analogy is because it's the best way of explaining how credit is assigned. So if you have a Ronaldo or a Maguire who's scoring a goal, he's the last person to touch that ball before it hits the goal. That person gets 100% of the credit, gets 100% of the accord, the recognition, everything. That is essentially what we're doing with our current models of measurement. Now this becomes a bit of a problem when you look at the channel mix. On the one hand, we are saying that omnichannel is important. Multi-channel is critical to how we're running businesses. We have an influx of D2C businesses, startups, entrepreneurs who are entering that space, who are present both offline and online, and within online, that mix looks like this. Look at the number of channels that are in that path to conversion. Right? Look at the channels where we're allocating budgets. I'm going to quote Airbnb here. Airbnb's CMO made a very interesting statement. He said, the way that we run attribution today is essentially people are trying to slice that pie and say, okay, let's attribute credit to these many channels. But the pie remains the same. The objective of measurement, the objective of optimization is how do we increase that pie? To increase that pie that you see on the left-hand side, you have to have more robust methods of experimenting, more robust methods of optimizing campaigns. Now, this is where I have to say, Medium, if you follow a Slack channel, Substack, some of these links, if you are interested, I'll send them out to you. But this is a very interesting research done by 3 independent freelance marketing analysts and agency guys. And what they've done is they've analyzed the top 40 consumer brands and how are they running marketing analytics today. If you see ASOS, Stitch Fix, Netflix, Uber, Airbnb, and many more such brands are running at least a combination of 3 measurement models. Right? There is marketing mix modeling, there is multi-touch attribution. They always start with multi-touch attribution, then move to MMMs, and then, more importantly, they're now getting into the space of what you see as CLS over there, custom lift studies. Experiments that tell you what is the incremental impact of a particular channel, and then going back and optimizing their campaigns, optimizing their MMM models, optimizing their MTA models with these. So in our case, for example, with Epsilon, Urban Outfitters is a massive brand for us. Right? They spend approximately 30 million between publicists and efforts alone. They are leveraging our insights to optimize their MMM models. I want to specifically read out some of the statements that are being made. Right? So Stitch Fix, which is a clothing apparel retailer, has clearly said our North Star is incrementality. Everything we do is based off of randomized control trials, and I want you guys to retain that randomized control trial in your mind, because that's what we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive in. And interestingly, for Netflix, usually we'd like to run a classic individual level randomized experiment, but randomizing which individuals see a bill, as an example, is not possible. However, while we cannot randomly assign individuals, we can randomly choose some cities within which to show billboards and other cities to leave out. Right? So you have custom lift studies, and then you have geo-lift studies, and then you have the recognition from within the behemoth like Netflix that we can't do individual level sort of control test, randomized control trials across the board. So we have to have a mix of measurement models. Going deeper into randomized control trial, I'm just going to give you one reference point. 2020, Covishield versus Covaxin. Bharat versus Aadhaar Unavada, right? All of us overnight became experts at what is the ideal size of control group. Yeah. Was the Bharat Covishield control group sufficient, statistically significant to prove efficacy? Go back to that. That's essentially what we're talking about when we say randomized control trials. Control group, test group, individuals randomly assigned to either control or test, and then measuring the difference in performance in conversion rate between the two. But the starting point of a randomized control trial is a hypothesis. What am I trying to prove or disprove, right? So in our case, the hypothesis, whenever Epsilon works with a client, is if we build a campaign, right, where each ad is personalized to an individual, keeping that individual in mind, delivered at a time when they're most likely to respond on a device that they're most likely to engage on, we will see a delta. That is our hypothesis. And sometimes our control test environments prove that there isn't a significant incremental uplift, the number that you saw for Mama Earth of 30.5%, right? But more often than not, you do see a delta. You see this hypothesis being proven that if you do one-to-one personalization, you do a segment of one communication through ads, display ads on the open web, you will see a delta in performance. You will see a delta in conversion rate. How does this pan out? This is the most simplistic way of representing a test and control environment. Okay. On the left-hand side, you see this blank image. That's the control group. And on the right-hand side is where we're running the test. The test where personalized one-to-one dynamically rendered ad is being served. Right? control group has some key important parameters. Control needs to be of a significant size that there are enough conversions in there that you can say this is scientifically valid as a result, that this is equivalent to what you would have on the test group side, right? Number one. Number two, you have to have individuals assigned to either control or test in a random fashion. Why is individual important? It cannot be email IDs, or I have multiple email IDs, I have multiple mobile numbers, and, or I have multiple cookies. Average touch point that we see in this market is anywhere between 5 to 6. So would you assign one of my identifiers into control and then another one into test? That would basically contaminate the entire experiment. So that's why you need identity resolution, something that you saw in the Mama case study, right? So identify individual customers, collapse all of their identifiers into one ID, and then randomly assign them into control or test. And for as long as we work with clients, for example, we've been working with clients for 7 to 8 years, that control remains always active. This is not the same as running an A/B test. This is not the same as running a holdout group. This is an actual always-on control test experiment, right? The third component to this control and test environment is that both have to be similar to each other and representative of the overall base of the customer. So you can't pick and choose, let me put my best performing customer, my high value customer base, my high CLV customer base into the test so I can up the number there. I can up the incremental the conversion rate over there. That is where the randomization comes, and that's where the equivalent of, pharma equivalent of this experiment comes into the picture. And what it also does is it takes in offline and online data. So you're able to show causality, cause and effect of this particular channel in isolation, both across in-store transactions and online digital transactions. Right? So this is where the causation part of our topic today comes in. That if you want to show the impact that a channel has driven in isolation, you have to get a little more hardcore in terms of the measurement methodologies, the marketing analytics that you're running for the organizations. Caveat, this is not something that is recommended for businesses that are already starting, just starting out. So if I were in a D2C conference today, I would say, wait a while. You don't have that complex channel mix to warrant this kind of investment, because this needs investment. The reason why most programmatic vendors don't offer incrementality testing right off the bat is because it needs data onboarding, it needs identity resolution, it needs those capabilities that typically a CDP vendor would talk to you about, and it needs very, very strong analytics capabilities. Right? And the last and most important piece to all of this is, like any scientific experiment, right? That's why I've got scientific advertising, the book up on the corner. Claude Hopkins ran the first randomized control trial in marketing in 1928, right? Is because it needs to be transparent, and a marketer, an analytics head, needs to be able to replicate this. Every time somebody replicates this, that incremental conversion lift needs to come out as is the way we report it. So we're not grading our own homework, we're saying you should be able to replicate this just like any other peer-reviewed trial or experiment out there. So if you guys are still with me, this is what replication looks like. This is what transparency looks like. This is what testing incrementality looks like. On the left-hand side, you see randomization. The fact that we're not gaming the system, the fact that we're not upping the number of high-performing customers in the test group is on the left-hand side. So if you see, this is an actual analysis that our team did for one of our apparel retail clients. You can see that the split of customers across test, which is black, gray box, and orange control, is pretty similar. Right? That's what we want to do. Control needs to be representative of the business, so does testing to be representative of the business as a whole, and the customer base that the business works with. And on the right-hand side is the no bias component. We do not want to manipulate the data. We don't want to manipulate the way that the impressions are getting served. So both in control and in test, ads are actually getting served. So in the previous slide, on the left-hand side, we saw this blank space, right? This is an actual ad being served. It's just that there is no personalization in this ad. There is no one-to-one communication dynamic created in that. This is a brand neutral ad being served. This is the difference between A/B testing and holdout groups. You're actually serving media both in control and in test. So now the right-hand side graph that you see, which is impressions served, right? The orange and black lines need to overlap. This is where we're saying that the frequency of communication to both the control and test environments is similar. We're not gaming the system. And these are the kind of test and health hygiene checks that our clients actually run, right? Hence, you need to be a little bit more advanced in where your business is before we get into this kind of angle. Going back to identity, I think we covered this briefly. Multiple email IDs, mobile numbers, especially in the Bharat side of our ecosystem where there's high churn rate in mobile numbers, right? And the kind of numbers that we are seeing with cookie churn, 5 to 6 average touch points per customer. Comes in, right? On the left-hand side is the data that the brand or the retailer knows. So since we're talking about Mama Earth, on the left-hand side is the transactional data, the customer data, the CRM data that they would be working with. On the right-hand side, I'll draw your attention to the device profile and the content consumption. This is what Epsilon adds to the equation. This gives you the single view of customer. So far, you have to go into a CDP implementation or a data lake or a data warehouse implementation, all of those 3-letter acronyms to get a single view of customer. We've taken that single view of customer SVOC and said 360-degree built into this programmatic solution. Why? Because that's the only way you can do personalization and prove the hypothesis that personalization in real time drives incremental conversions. Moving on. This is an interesting one, and I picked it up not to brag about the 10-to-1 IROAS that we delivered for Domino's, but mostly to prove that you have a necessity for identity. The reason Domino's worked with us was because high frequency, they have a very robust CRM. They had 30 million records in the UK market. But when they started working with Epsilon, they realized that about 30% of those records were duplicate. So how do you run an effective control test environment in-house, custom, if you don't have identity baked into the solution? 30% duplicate records. Right? And with them, I think we've been working with them for about 4 odd years. It's been a stable IROAS. All their ask from us is maintain the IROAS at a level where it's profitable for us. Now that IROAS number would change from business to business. Somewhere it needs to be a 2-to-1 for that channel to be profitable, for that ROI calculation to pan through. Others it needs to be a little higher. Right? It's a function of average order values, frequency of purchase, and so it changes by vertical to vertical. Some of the other interesting metrics that pan out when you've successfully proven that hypothesis of personalization, right? I'll draw your attention to the first column over here. So this is an analysis from May 2019 to August 2020, so almost a year plus. Attribution is limited in its window. It's limited to a 7-day today with third-party cookie deprecation or 40 days at best, because it has a high dependency on cookies, right? Third-party cookies. Now, in the case of an identity-based programmatic solution, you're able to do analysis like this. May 2019 to August of 2020, you're able to onboard data and then retain that customer base. So 9% of that customer base was still reachable at the end of the analysis period. What does this mean in terms of conversions, which is the second column? So while your reach is 9%, you've been able to successfully continue to identify these customers over the open web. You have successfully impacted the conversion rate. The conversion rate has seen a 5x growth. In the third column, you're able to see new to file customers. Now, because you can identify who your existing customers are, you're able to run a more robust new customer acquisition program. And the third one is the gold star for us, which is what our clients measure us on, IROAS, incremental return on ad spend. So while you have this decrease in the number, you have a significant increase in the incremental return on ad spend. So as an overall channel, over a 12-month period, 12-plus month period, you have been able to successfully increase that incremental return on ad spend. This again is an insight important from a test and control perspective? Why, for large-scale businesses, is important to run always on testing? Purchase to second purchase between test customers where we're running personalization and a 19% increase from first purchase to second purchase for those who are in the control group. A 2% at scale would mean significant monies, especially with the kind of volumes that we work in within the Indian market, right? So you have a new customer analysis. What is the impact of personalization on both existing customers and on new customers? And within existing customers, you see a similar, right? 33% of existing customers purchase 2+ times, compared to 26% of control. All of this boils back down to running always on test and control, so you can do all kinds of permutation combinations, right? In the case of certain advanced scenarios, advanced retailers, they're running MMMs that are being optimized on the back of these insights. They're running audience segmentation, audience programs to drive customers with specific creatives, dynamic treatments, etc. So there are various permutation combinations possible with insights like this. And with that, I come to the end of this measurement session in the second half. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm going to wrap it up with a quote from George Bob. So he said, all models are wrong, but some are more useful, right? So basically, depending upon where a business is, certain models will work more efficiently in those scenarios. But it's really what goal a business is taking on. If internally our businesses are aligned to report click-throughs, our businesses are aligned to report easy-to-navigate dashboards, C-suite is able to understand clicks better than, say, incrementality or scientific experiments, that's what you're going to go with as a model, as a measurement and analytics exercise, right? But if you're moving towards profitability, if you're having a conversation internally around ROI, what is the incremental revenue that marketing is driving? What is the incremental revenue that a specific channel is driving? Then more advanced methods of measurement need to be incorporated into the marketing analytics suite. With that, in case you have any questions around the reports, you need access to the URLs, I'll be available for the next 2-3 hours. And if you have any questions on the 3-letter acronyms that platforms like ours talk about, CDP, DMP, DSP, SSP, MMP, MML, FTAs, please feel free to reach out to me. I will get you the free copy. Thank you so much.
Can you have a huge round of applause for Gulleen, everybody? With her in-depth analysis and views on the subject. May I take this opportunity to welcome on stage back Mr. Nachiket Deve to present a memento on behalf of the team. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much, Gulleen, and thank you so much, Mr. Deve, for doing the honors. With this, it's time for our next session. It's time for a panel discussion now. And this panel discussion is on revolutionizing programmatic advertising, crafting loved brands through premium branded network and emotion-driven engagement. I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting and exciting session. So I'd like to invite the speakers on stage, starting off with the session chair. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the GM for Zaxis. Give it up for Dimpy Yadav. Let's welcome Dimpy with a huge round of applause. Also joining in here will be Mr. Pankaj Jain, Director, Advisory, PwC. Let's welcome Mr. Pankaj Jain with a huge round of applause, everybody. On our panelists, we also have the Chief Marketing Officer for Starbucks. Give it up for Deepa Krishnan. Let's welcome Deepa with a huge round of applause. Also joining in will be, I'm always thankful to her for joining in. It's Adhika Ansari, Head of Media and Digital for Pono Record. Let's welcome Adhika with a huge round of applause again. And joining in will be Chief Growth Officer for Angel One. Give it up for Prabhakar Tiwari. And last but not the least, panelists on the panel discussion, a Senior Vice President and Head of Brand and Strategic Insights for Godrej. Give it up for Marintosh Kitawala. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists on stage, and over to Dimpy.
It's a long press under this left hand side. It turns green.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll not really delay that further. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm sure that you will be also feeling same kind of excitement, since the kind of panelists that we have with me, my friends, they come from a very different background. We have Pankaj from PwC, we have a lot many more members from advertising background and the brand, and of course brands. And the kind of brand portfolio that we have here is a mixed combination of all the categories. So clearly, when we talk about programmatic, and while we are talking about a lot of inciting, I mean, that's the focus that we're going to have today. As we have seen that post-pandemic, industry really changed for us. But it's not just us, even consumers, their habits really changed post-pandemic. What did not change was clearly media evolution, which was happening earlier as well. But what really helped was programmatic really evolved. Only for the fact because we could see that audiences started moving towards a very evolved way of even buying and even having the consumer habits, which was kind of panel. We could see a lot many consumers moving completely towards an online world, away from retail. Many could, go more towards a retail environment to understand what kind of requirements do they have. And similarly, we could see our brands navigating towards it immediately, right? So our first question, and I think we should be around same, that is that while the media habits of the consumers has been changing and at a very rapid pace altogether, so how do you think advertising has really taken over its gear towards programmatic? And I really want to ask this question to Prabhakar, because Prabhakar, when it comes to his categories, brand, I think that's one of the brand where for them to quickly navigate towards programmatic was a challenge. And the way they see how programmatic adds value for them, especially with consumers changing the behavior. So what's your view, Prabhakar, on that?
Yeah, and thank you everyone. Yeah, I'm happy to be here today. So I think the world of advertising has always been full of challenges, and the challenges are of multiple nature, and right now we are talking it in the parlance of media choices, cost, effectiveness, etc. And to my mind, programmatic has been a boon in a big way, because while change is the only constant, and it looks good as a quotation, but look at the customer digital behavior. Now, pre-COVID, post-COVID, we are talking about two different worlds altogether, right? How do you keep track of it as a marketer and advertiser, right? You cannot simply, know which publishers have worked with you in past. It cannot be about where do you scale up, where do you scale down. You rather depend on your programmatic advertising partners, and you also work on the platforms so that at all point of time, you are in line with the changing customer behavior. While it is easy to many times measure the impact in performance marketing, because there you are aware of what are your cost KPIs, revenue KPIs, and other conversion KPIs, it becomes all the more difficult when it comes to brand marketing. Because, and for many brands, in fact, for a brand like ours, Angel One, as Dimpy was pointing out, that this year we are saying 6 to 10x jump in our brand marketing spend. Now, when you're doing a 6 to 10x jump, like which media do you use more? I mean, will you go with the business news channel, which will be a good thing to go after for a fintech broker like us? Or can you go for Hindi news channel, or you go for OTT, or you go for a display campaign? How do you look at the reach? How do you look at the frequency? How do you look at the campaign optimization? I think programmatic is the answer. So we have been working with Zaxis, of GroupM, and we have been leveraging co-pilot kind of campaign optimization tools, and we are seeing good results. And I believe that programmatic is the solution for the challenges which lies ahead. We'll talk more as we progress.
Thank you, Prabhakar, and I can't really, focus more on the fact that consumer insights plays a vital role. So Mehernosh, I really had to ask you because Godrej carries a huge portfolio, and I'm sure when we talk about navigating between changes, especially post-pandemic, what do you think had been the success story for Godrej to quickly convert, and especially keeping inciting as a factor?
Yeah, so I'll first talk about programmatic. 550 billion US dollars is the size of the programmatic market right now, if you were to look at the world over, and it is just growing. But at the same time, if you were to look at programmatic, there are several challenges which are coming ahead as well. You know, like third-party cookies is a big thing. You know, and it is constantly evolving. So, coming back to your question, consumer inciting is very, very important. Because if you do not have the insights, you're not going to be giving the right kind of brief to the agency. Okay, so we don't budget for a plan, we plan the budget. In the way that, you know, we've got consumer insights which are bottom up, which is from the ground level itself. We identify who the TG is, and of course that needs to be a very, very important input for the agency in order to ensure that the programmatic advertising is effective enough. Of course, there are challenges with respect to, right now in programmatic, with respect to what your ROMI is. A lot of people say that the ROMI is high, we're not sure whether we're targeting the right people. There are other challenges like, you know, bots and stuff like that, you know, which are artificial and you're not reaching the right kind of audience. But we're dealing with all of that. But before that, I think the first step, before getting into programmatic advertising, like any marketing campaign, is inciting. And that is something that we do. The challenge, of course, that you asked me is that we are into 4 B2C categories, which are very different from each other. Each having different penetration levels and each having a different marketing challenge. Audience is different. Buying behavior is different. Attitudes are different. Okay, so an appliances person might not behaviorally be the same as a guy, you know, who's buying a security solution for that matter. And then we've got B2B businesses as well to handle. So yeah, talking about all of this, CRM becomes very, very important, and I'll talk about that a little later. But that is something that we are putting into place as we go along. Thanks. Thanks, Dimpy.
Thank you. I think, and that makes me happy to see that I feel a lot of preparedness is happening there, especially when we talk about CRM data being put into place. And I keep hearing this question, especially being from a programmatic core background, that what is the ROI outcome that are we, you know, planning to see effectiveness of the campaign. But I feel if the way you plan your campaign, especially inciting, taking that as the core of it and bottoms up approach, I feel that's what is required, because then when you know what matrix do you need to work upon. And focusing on that question, Pankaj, I really want to have your opinion on that, when we talk about insights or analytics, from an industry perspective, what kind of role do you think or do you see for it to play, especially within programmatic?
Thanks, Dimpy. Pretty fast evolving. I mean, it's for us in the consulting world, data is about everything. And, you know, the more that we are working with our clients, we see consumer behavior being minutely assessed, you know, their patterns, their thought processes, including, you know, their time spent online, offline, across various channels, mediums, etc., being tracked increasingly. And I think, you know, going forward, brands are going to be more and more discerning about whom do they wish to engage with, how much time, and, you know, what form of engagement is it. So, you know, individual data is going to, individual data, thought processes and patterns of, you know, behavior patterns are increasingly going to get more and more sort of tracked, if I may, and we are going to see the next 5, 7, 10 years consumers being sort of, you know, infiltrated with a lot of personalized, you know, access personalized, choices. So yeah, I mean, it is significantly evolving and, building up at a fairly fast pace. I see considerable amount of opportunities here for a lot of new age firms and social media businesses, etc. Yeah.
Right, and personalization, when we talk about that, clearly it rings a lot of bells. And Atyana, coming on to you, especially connecting back to personalization, we know that, especially for porno, you already have a lot of restrictions within advertising, right? So when it comes to personalization that directly relates to content, so how do you feel programmatic plays a role in content for a category like yours, where already when you're planning a content strat, there's a lot of restrictions around it.
Yeah.
So how do you navigate that?
So we do have a lot of restrictions around it, but we are semi-dark in the sense that Alco-Bev can be advertised in India if you do it through a, valid extension. And we have valid extension businesses for the same. But, just coming back to the point of programmatic, I think it's important to differentiate the technology from the consumer habit. I think pre-pandemic, we saw programmatic being really loosely used across only digital. Everything was programmatic, right? And suddenly throughout the process of the pandemic, you have programmatic television in the form of connected television. You have programmatic outdoor in the form of outdoor, and many more such things, and even maybe programmatic radio on the verge of, coming out. So the whole thing was following the consumer and then figuring out what customization it needs. For example, if I have a brand called Absolute, and the extension is Absolute Glassware, I know that that brand stands for inclusivity. It stands for the fact that it's born colorless, it's born to mix. We did a series of content videos about, different kinds of challenges that the youth faces today, did plan for the kind of cohorts we would like to target them on, and then use them on different platforms, planned for the data that we expected on those different platforms. So we delivered it through digital, through connected TV, through social media, and it's very interesting to see how some of those content pieces would differ and the reaction by consumers are so different. For example, on CTV, we did see a lot of people just running through, completing the ad and spending a lot of time despite it being skippable. But on social media, we found people sharing, commenting, writing DMs to us saying, oh my God, I have another story that I can do. So it's not just about, programmatic, I think, to just look upon it as just a technology that helps you customize. It's also to understand that technology into your creative, into the medium, and what's the reaction you're getting out of that medium, preparing for that entire plan, knowing what are the kind of metrics you're going to track across each of them, and then comparing them and using them for your next campaign, saying, okay, again, if I have to create a similar campaign, these would be the content pieces, these would be the mix that I would use programmatically or non-programmatically, and this is the outcome I expect. So I think it helps you plan in a certain way, get your outcomes to a certain place. So I would actually think programmatic is a larger tech, and ultimately all consuming mediums sort of will come under it.
Thank you, Atika. That really covers a lot of wide perspective. But I really want to hear, Deepa, your views as well, because we know Starbucks, the way it entered our market, it had just raised entire bev section, especially into coffees, right? And it has lived up to it even till date. And so, and I've seen a lot of awareness campaigns being done for Starbucks. How do you see programmatic fitting into the scheme of Starbucks for a brand which is already doing so well within, for awareness within the respective category?
So since you mentioned coffee, I'll just start on a lighter note by saying the previous speaker offered you free coffee. I'll offer you the best, which is of course Starbucks, but it's not going to be free. Let's look at some of the statistics. Mehrnoj talked about $550 billion globally. In India, the programmatic advertising market is slated to be around 18 to 20, give or take, this year, right? So that's a huge size. Second statistic, out of the 1.4 billion population that we have, I don't know whether I'm supposed to be proud of that number or not, but here we are, almost 57% is Gen Z and millennials. So you're talking about 800 million, give or take, is Gen Z or millennial. That's our core TG. We have to be where they are supposed to be. I think before I even talk about programmatic advertising, I want to start by saying, first of all, really know your consumer well and what you're expecting from each campaign. There might be a campaign where you want to do awareness, but the business objective is awareness from the point of view of getting, let's say today, a non-Starbucks consumer coming to Starbucks. So then I identify that consumer, and then of course programmatic is a way to get to the consumer. I'm of the firm belief that garbage in, garbage out. It's almost like saying if I had a driverless car, but I don't know where to go, I might be sitting in this really fancy vehicle, but I might land up going to, Las Vegas, which is a great destination, but I actually wanted to go to Japan, right? So it all starts with, I think, first knowing your consumer. Then programmatic to me is a very sharp layer which helps you identify with precision and gives a personalized message to where the audience is. Because the biggest problem of this generation is an 8-second or lower attention span, right? So how do you catch on to this audience? How do you stay relevant to this audience? I unfortunately feel that today, with programmatic, we are again becoming a push economy with advertising. Advertising was always supposed to be a pull economy where you're creating pull amongst your consumer with fantastic insights, with fantastic creative. So let programmatic not be the easy way out for you to forget, I think, some of the basics and fundamentals of advertising. So really to sum it up, when we look at advertising or programmatic, we start by looking at who's the consumer we want to target, why do we want to target that consumer, what's the business problem, very sharply defining who that consumer is. And then, of course, this becomes a very powerful tool, I think, to get to him or her or them.
Yeah, thank you, Deepa. And I would really say that this one point that you focused on, which was 8 seconds attention span, which is true. But at the same time, we all are always on phone, and especially Gen Z, right? And we can see consumption happening on phone. Numbers, stats talk about that. That also brings us to the point that world is getting fragmented. And if you're only 8 seconds attention span is happening, we're always on one screen, switching to another, then the third one. So Mehernosh, I'm going to ask you that in such a fragmented ecosystem, even for an advertiser, when you're knowing the consumers, and data talks about that, insights tell us that cohorts are increasing, audiences are everywhere, platforms are increasing, and even for us, for advertising, channels are increasing. So that also brings a point of duplication for advertisers, and then we are seeking at programmatic. But for you, having such a large portfolio, different kind of audience sets, and of course categories, such complex in terms of covering all these segments together, how do you really fit that so well in your scheme of strategy?
Yeah, so it is definitely a challenge. As you rightly mentioned, the kind of duplication could be tremendous. And I liked what Deepa said, with respect to the way in which you need to plan. So it is like any advertising campaign that you do before programmatic, you need to define your audience, etc. very well. So there are several AI tools and a lot of tools which are available right now, softwares which are available right now, which will ensure that you're not duplicating it. Okay, so that becomes very important. I think one of the big challenges, and I don't know if that question is coming later, but I just wanted to answer that right now, is third-party data and cookies. If those go away, programmatic is going to become a real problem. And that's what a lot of people are wondering. So there are solutions right now which are coming where people are now depending upon telcos. Because telcos can give you data which is unduplicated, which is phone number based. And at the same time, you can do browsing patterns across apps and stuff like that, and you can target them depending upon what your cohort is. So sharply defining what your cohort is and constantly monitoring your programmatic advertising. And the telco software that I'm talking about, we just had a conversation with one such person. He's a startup. He's done a lot of work in Indonesia. He's not done a lot of work in India as yet. But he's tied up with Vodafone, and very soon he's going to be tying up with the second largest or the largest telecom company. And that software is going to be complementing the existing CRM that you already have and the existing media buying agency with who you're working with. So for instance, if it is Madison, which is in our case, it would rest there, okay, and it would work with a CRM in order to ensure that we use telco data, which is different from the normal programmatic data in order to target. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we are working towards.
Fair enough, and absolutely, and I think that remains a key question also for the industry, as every marketer has their different opinion when it comes to post-cookie world, because we don't have a concrete answer yet, and a lot of beta campaigns are being done. And Prabhakar, I think you have great insights with you on that already, because we were just talking about it backstage when I overheard him talking about CRM data. So would you really want to share those insights with the wide forum here?
See, we heard two statistics, one for the world wide market for, programmatic advertising, and we heard about the Indian market. And whenever there is a market, there is a solution. So I'm not much bothered about, what will happen there eventually. Like some solution will emerge, right? Like, for example, Mernos was talking about, like, what's happening in the telecom sector. See, fundamentally, we have to look at programmatic, in its true essence. And there, I would like to look at programmatic separately between performance marketing and brand marketing. When it comes to performance marketing, mostly, at least for a category which is a 3-4% penetration like ours, you understand which publishers are working well for you, right? You have an idea, how to scale it, to what extent they can be scaled, and after what point, the revenue yield will drop, right? But you still use programmatic advertising in such places also because there are other advantages. There are other advantages regarding, dynamic creative optimization and multiple other, parameters on reach frequency, dynamic customer journeys, omni-channel and whatnot. But when it comes to brand marketing, programmatic advertising will still remain relevant, because in programmatic advertising, you're, solving for reach. You're solving for, going to large publishers, who have audience similar to what you want to accomplish. So that way, that will work very, very beautifully in my mind. Also, the reach and frequency, unduplicated reach, using first-party data. Like, for example, in the recent campaign which we are doing with Zaxis, we have our own first-party data to exclude, our own current client. We have also put first-party data of PhonePe to go after, certain set of potential customers. All of that is not possible if we do not, leverage programmatic advertising to that degree. Also, let's understand, beyond a point, cookie world is about behavioral targeting. Contextual targeting will never go out of, kind of fashion. And, so there also programmatic advertising can help. So, I mean, we can debate, and I mean, this is a much, much larger topic, but I believe there is a market, there are solutions, and there will be more solutions in future.
Having such a mix of panelists, I mean, that's what we get on the table, because different insight comes from a different category. And now, Deepa, I would want to ask you the same question, because again, that's a different category. So what kind of target, I mean, does it also bother you? Because of course, for Mehernosh, the kind of advertising brands they have, similarly for Prabhakar, the kind of category they have, it's of high importance. But do you feel even for you, is it just reach and frequency that takes over the primary matrix for you? Or do you feel that even data for that matter, post-cookie world, does that really bother, or that's a priority for you right now to plan your campaigns?
I think right now we're kind of living in the here and now. But having said that, we have access to a huge amount of first-party data, right? So we could, in effect collect, which we don't necessarily do, but we could collect data from customers at the point of sale whenever you come into a store and ask for a Starbucks. What we do have is a very, very large loyalty member base of more than 2.6 million in India, whose data we have. Having said that, I think one is we are quite sensitive of how we use that first party data, because we want to be very clear about consent terms and not invading a customer's privacy, because my view is that if you don't take that into account, your advertising will be a blind spot, right? So that's one thing which you're looking at. So I think we are better placed than people who may not have access to first-party data, because we do. We serve more than 4 lakh customers every week in our stores. So we do have access to a lot of first-party data. And then I think the bridge that we're going to have to cross is how do we ensure proper consent and then make it relevant to them. Your other question on reach and frequency, I don't think it's as simple in that. And, various campaigns would have, as you would, imagine, different objectives. Yes, we're growing at a very, very rapid rate in India. We have a presence in almost 50 cities today. We have close to 350 outlets, and we've gone on record to say that we will be much, much more. So obviously reach is going to be important, but it's going to be about reaching the audience today who is either sitting on the fence or not really, already frequenting Starbucks. So it's going to be about, I think, again, laser-guided reach. And I also believe that this whole game of programmatic or this buying CPMs in that sense will have to be balanced by brand engagement. There will have to be activities that you do. We're not really bothered about, just the CPM, but you're actually looking at how engaged is my audience, and am I able to create content which is going to further brand love? And that becomes extremely important for an iconic brand like ours, because many times we don't even have to create content. Our consumers create content and celebrities create content. I have sometimes a reverse problem where, I might see a Kareena Kapoor walking out with a Starbucks cup, but I will never post it because it's kind of invading, it's a gray area, right? So I won't even go there. So that's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, fair enough, absolutely. Pankaj, what's your view on this, especially from PwC? You have a lot of insights in terms of how industry looks at the fact that first-party data and privacy, the way even laws are being formed in India. What's your view on that? How is industry taking that, and are you prepared for it?
Sure, no. I think a very relevant point you brought up. A fortnight back, we had the Data Privacy Act come out, and this has again posed a whole host of challenges around first-party data, business data, consent terms, the way we could possibly interpret some of these consent terms, be it banking, industries like fintech, information providers, etc. And my take is a lot of interpretation is still due. It's taking place, and yeah, we are in for times where even emojis on WhatsApp, we've had some cases in Australia and England where, a simple thumbs up on WhatsApp was considered an acceptance, and which led to a litigation suit being filed by the other party. So we will have some of this evolving, and more so in the advertising world, where if there's data from social media which is taken without permission, how much of it could be used? If it's posted by friends, third party, can that be used? Or if it's posted by the individuals themselves, is that valid to be used? So I think it's evolving. Interesting next a few quarters on how the jurisprudence plays out on this. So yeah.
Right. This is the point that I think when we talk about programmatic, we in a way overlook, which is social media. We take this still as a separate budget, but I feel in coming days and times, the way world is evolving, the way media is evolving, especially when I heard Pankaj talking about data and consent and social media coming in together. And even Atika, when she talked about porno, where heavy thoughts are on content generation and social media. I feel that even social media and data privacy clauses are definitely going to be a subset of it, if not completely, in times. So Atika, what's your view on it when you talk about content generation or social media, and of course then data privacy laws coming into picture, and then on top you have your programmatic strat that plays a role. So how do you look at all of this getting combined together?
See, honestly, we are operating in a world, especially I think for all the MNCs, where despite not having GDPR in India, we are almost GDPR compliant because most of our parent offices are in Europe where it's mandatory. So even now, I mean, the data collection is done with consent, like, Deepa mentioned previously, where you don't put up celebrity pictures. We have so many people just tagging us for a lot of our fancy brands, and we as a company have taken a policy that despite being allowed to advertise on social media for alcohol, we really don't. We've put back our pages up. So I think a couple of things that will be very important is, to gain consumers, you have to gain their trust. You have to serve them ads in the environment that they are in and to talk to them in a language that they understand the best. And to do that, you need to ensure that one, their consent is taken. You reach them on the platforms that they are available at. The second thing is the kind of contextualization that we do. I think sometimes it's very scary when you just scroll Facebook and or any other social media and you just talk, oh my God, I need to buy something from XXS brand, and in the next 15 minutes, you get a pop-up and say, oh my God, there's an ad. I think those kind of things is something that we as a category stay away from because we are anyways dark in India and we do not, sort of resort to that. So there are a couple of things. One is consent is very important. Even when we target, we look at people who have interacted with brands that are similar to ours and categories that are similar to ours. Second is what is the contextualization you're doing in the local environment. For example, a lot of people in India may be offended if even an alcohol extension product reaches out to them. So across our creatives, you have the option of saying this ad is inappropriate, please do not reach out to me again. So I think with programmatic at the base of it, like you're saying, consent and being conscious of the consumer, because I don't know if he or she really buys my product. I assume that they do at some point because my category has a penetration of about 57%. But to make sure that for them, it is not embarrassing, we keep these things in place, and these are the levers we need to keep in place as an industry in general across the various mediums, whether programmatic or not, and specifically on social media. I think it can become too intrusive, or it can just look like something that they don't want to be a part of. I hope I've answered your question.
No, of course. And it's so intriguing. I really want to ask more, but in interest of time, I want to also touch base on hot topic, which is, of course, beyond the buzzword artificial intelligence, which has now spanned way too much. It's not just about optimizing campaigns, but artificial intelligence has legs and hands around, which is in form of augmented reality, generative AI, and whatnot, right? And as I am so blessed to have a panelist which comes from different background, so I'm sure AI plays a different role for each one of you. And I really want to hear all of you when it comes to AI. So I'll start from Mehernosh with you, that when it comes to artificial intelligence, I hear, especially in your category, that it's not AI for us, but amplified intelligence. That is a lot of human intelligence with our own personal insight, and then AI, which plays a role for us. So how do you see this fit for you?
I'll definitely answer that question, but Atika mentioned that she was thinking about something. I was talking to a friend and suddenly in 15 minutes that popped up. So I was shocked, as in where did the data come from? So it is really very creepy. It certainly is. So programmatic sometimes can get extremely creepy if consent is not taken. But answering to your question, we are into diverse industries, and for furniture, for that matter, AR and AI makes a very important, plays a very important role. So ensuring that when the consumer comes onto the website, giving the consumer an experience of how the furniture looks like at his house, how does it feel when you're moving a sofa, how does it mean when you are erecting something on your own. So these things become very important. A security product for the appliances. So all of that, giving that consumer that immersive experience, with respect to AI, is very important as well. So those are things that we have been doing, and even for our B2B businesses, we have been doing a lot of these things. So some of our shop floors are not accessible for some of our consumers, and for security reasons. So we've done a complete animation of that, and we've ensured that we do that, and we use AI significantly there as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Right. So that's an interesting use case where we see brand Godrej using AI for immersive experience. But I feel maybe that's different for Angel One because the category is too opposite. So Prabhakar, how do you see AI playing a role for Angel One?
Actually, you're absolutely right. It's very different from Godrej because if you look at it, I mean, we don't sell anything actually. So we're just a transaction platform. You know, there are exchanges, there are shares. People come, buy, sell, hold, take margin funding, whatnot. See, so fundamentally, we deal with data, you know, and data is the lifeblood of AI, right? So, and also, so of course, it has multiple use cases in our business. But just to give a framework for this discussion, I think the first point as a marketeer is in terms of content. I think content, thanks to generative AI and multiple mid-journey, you know, Adobe has come out with, you know, some new tools on that. Content making has become amazingly fast, amazingly accurate, and amazingly spectacular. You know, so this is something that is amazing. You know, it cuts down on a lot of time. Media fragmentation means content fragmentation, multiple cohort means multiple content. So that's where AI helps a lot. The second part comes in is where you need to make optimization. And when I say optimization, it could be any funnel optimization, media optimization, looking at data patterns which are not available to naked eyes, you know, comparing lot many things, you know, where AI/ML can do wonders. And the functional area could be marketing, functional area could be sales. So that's where, you know, it is helping us. Like take for example, we do one program which we have really mastered in last 3.5 years. We call ALCP, Accelerated Lead Conversion Program. And this program really helps us, you know, kind of accelerate customer journey through our funnel and gives us added conversion advantage in our business, right? And not just that, you know, I mean, when it comes to advisory, when it comes to learning platform, lot more personalization can be done using AI. So for a business like us, you know, which deals in data, generates data, AI is like a steam engine 200 years back. You know, I mean, we really believe that this will take us places where no one has gone before.
Thank you, Prabhakar. That really adds a lot of value to it. And just to add to Prabhakar's point, even I have witnessed that campaign optimizations, like Mehernosh had been clearly pointing out and very correctly that this world still has a lot of bot. This world still has a lot of black box which needs to be addressed, where then AI plays a very vital role. Because data reading, when it comes to billions of trails of data, it's not really possible for a human eye to even read that kind of data set and identify. But yeah, clearly AI is bringing us algorithms and models which can help in work on dual goals, 3 goals together, and help us reach, you know, media outcomes in a very effective manner. But at the same time, it could be different for Pankaj because Pankaj comes from a very inciting background, PwC, definitely not sharing only one particular view, but having a clearly 360-degree holistic view on that. So how do you see AI? Because when we look at it at maybe immersive experiences or just activation. Do we have more to it?
Dimpy, PwC works with clients. I mean, we are a consulting firm. So for us, you know, it's AI, various tools of AI, and, you know, how do they make a difference in to our clients, their ways of operating, their businesses, you know, how do they predict customer behavior, how do they predict trends in the industry, how do they come up with newer models of disruption, you know, how are they seeing changes being very rampant, you know, at a very, very fast pace. So, you know, just the other day we had, you know, within the firm, a group of people were asked to role play and moderate on something. This was more like an internal session. And we actually had someone use a tool, and this was, you know, a clone, I would say, better, you know, delivered a message much more better articulated, much more better, sort of richer content and with messages that probably had 2 or 3 different dimensions to what the creators of the sort of panel had thought about. So I think, if I look at industries, this is going to be very disruptive. You have today a well-known influencer, a celebrity coming to endorse a product. Tomorrow you may have a a much better persona, a clone coming and endorsing something, and that could be much more impactful, much more better received. So, you know, data in the way it is going to be used, and increasingly so, various tools that are going to bring about this disruption in ease, convenience. Probably the costs of campaigns could drastically come down to 1/10 of what they are now, and we could see a whole host of these changes coming through. So interesting times ahead. Maybe people like us could be redundant. Yeah, jobs could be very menial 3 years down the line. So yeah.
Yeah.
You prepare for the next best thing. You don't stay quiet now.
I feel, Pankaj, so when digital started, we all heard that because traditional was all about, man hours, a lot of man hours. But we could still see everybody working, everybody employed, of course, now on AI. So I'm sure, as we say, that it's amplified intelligence, which is human working together with AI, bringing to that. But very interestingly, 2 points you kind of pointed out, which is efficiency, cost drastically coming out. And we could see that especially in the form of automation, where AI, not just for experiences or activation of campaign, but reporting, which remains the biggest problem area for everybody, because it's a lot of data crunching that's required. And for any advertiser to kind of put a lot of weeks and months on that data, then it's of no use, because you're going to plan your next campaign. So AI has really helped that, because you can overnight now, put your algos in place, and you can see what data insights do you want to see for. But second interesting point, where you say that content generation can happen very quickly with AI. So I was going through this article which was talking about generative AI, and as we all know that generative AI goes into 2 forms. I'll not name the brands, but a lot of new brands are coming in, where you just type keywords and they give you entire content, even write emails on your behalf, which even I use for that matter. Yeah. But at the same time, I was also seeing on Instagram that a lot of, when MI3 movie got launched, a lot of content was being generated around actors, their faces, though they had not shot it, which was generative AI, right? And when we, Atika, talk about content and AI, I think there's nobody better than you to represent that, because Pernod does a lot of content variation.
Yeah.
And AI is the new buzzword, which is beyond buzzword, in fact. So how does that play a role for you?
So Dimpy, actually, I have the benefit from my fellow panelists to not operate on really any performance-driven campaigns, and I look at all mediums equally to drive awareness for my brands. And based on that, I can tell you, we spoke about earlier, that AI, of course, makes you create the most immersive experiences. Alcobev parties and experiences are all about that. We've done that. Coming to content generation, yes, like you said, for the MI3 movie, even for Barbie, I think, and Oppenheimer to a large extent, a lot of content was generated via AI, automated, and entire social feeds were full of them. I think the cost of content generation may reduce, and the effort to do it, because right now, the cost of creating a TVC and going through the whole thing, so that'll crunch the time of creating multiple versions. But I still do think you will need human intervention, specifically for categories like ours, which are based on lifestyle, which are very nuanced in how they communicate. So I think it's going to use like amplified intelligence, where a human controls the AI. But what I'd really like to see with AI and programmatic is, because we don't ultimately sell, I would really be interested in seeing a predictive analysis of which is the campaign that I've run, what is it going to give me? And not in terms of reach and frequency, in terms of my brand KPIs. How do they move? Where do they move? What are the gaps? And if that, because we do have that, but it's not automated and a robust machine learning to be further, encapsulated. And I'm sure everybody here does have that, and we don't as a category considering our constraints. That's one thing. The other thing that I would really want AI to specifically do for the programmatic industry, which will benefit categories like ours, is to create a safe environment for our brands. Because it's, programmatic, while it's an exceptional tool, it has the scale, and it'll, put you right where the consumer is. I don't know if as a brand, I want to be seen there and the consumer to remember me saying, oh my God, I saw that ad on that particular content. I don't think I'm buying it. So from our perspective, I think AI, if it helps us in two ways, which is predictions of what my campaigns would do to a certain brand, and if there are gaps which I can meet, and that's a continuous cyclical learning, and which is across platforms. Do not give me like, okay, this platform has this BLS and that one has that. Not that. And the last portion would definitely be providing a very, very safe environment for my brands to play in.
Very fair enough, and I feel, Atika, I mean, the days are not really far ahead, though we had certain partners who used to provide such solution like, Grape Shot long ago.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But I feel especially with entire Pandora of first-party data coming into picture and post-cookie world, where contextual targeting would really take that role up. And contextual targeting will not just be around keywords, that's going to be beyond.
Yeah.
More to do with context, right?
Yeah.
So I feel that, yes, those days are ahead for us, and
Yeah.
we will definitely have solutions. Yeah.
Sure.
Moving to Deepa. Again, so yes, AI, we want that to happen. We want personalization. But I would never want to go away with my name on the coffee cup, right? That I still want very much manual. But just kidding. How do you see AI playing a role for Starbucks?
So you've hit the nail on the head, I mean, I think for example, for brands like us, it is all about the experience. I mean, why has Starbucks become an iconic brand? It's, of course, the coffee is there, but I always say people come to Starbucks for the coffee, but they stay back for the warmth and the connection. That moment when you walk into a store, when the barista asks you your name, writes it in the cup, and then calls it out loud. A lot of consumers tell us they really feel seen and heard. They feel like heroes and sheroes, and that's what's forming the connection. So, my strategy as far as AI is very simple. It's an acronym called COPE. We're all coping with AI. And, everybody on the panel has touched on aspects of it. The C really stands for very agile creativity customization, right? I think that's where AI is going to be absolutely on top of its game. The O stands for optimization. We spoke about it. In some way, you're kind of getting rid of things or tasks which a computer can do better than you, and you're optimizing on that. The P really is on prediction. And prediction, Atika spoke about prediction on social, but I think there's also, for example, for brands like us, if I can do predictive work with AI on how my consumer, and especially my loyalty consumer, is likely to behave, what consumers likely to churn out, which consumers most amenable to increasing frequency, and so on and so forth. So the P is really for prediction across various formats. And E is the one which I love the most, is about experience, which you talked about. How can you make AI-generated content, AI-generated predictions, AI-generated optimization full of experiences? Is the future going to be like, all brands are going to be looking like the same or doing much the same stuff? How can I make sure that the experience that you get inside my store is what I, carry to you when I come to you on any medium? So for me, it's really about humanizing the digital. And, in an increasingly digital world, we are also the most lonely generation. 46% of consumers across the world and in India have said they're going through some form of mental illness or other, or feeling a sense of loneliness. So, it's the experience which matters. And I'll give you a very quick example of what Starbucks is doing in the US. It's called Starbucks Odyssey, which is really a program where you can experience, Starbucks. You can mine NFTs and use it to buy a beverage. In India, if you visit our Fort store, you'll actually we have an AI wall which literally comes alive with the story of coffee and the wall. So it is about experiences, because otherwise, what differentiates your brand from the next?
really touches a lot of chords there.
Just to add there, Deepa, we've got this cafe in Bangalore. I mean, they have a face recognition system. So as you walk in and get towards the attendant, he asks you, so your hazelnut mocha or the hot chocolate with the Irish topping that you had a couple of months back. So, yeah.
Right. Thank you, Pankaj, for that. So while we have heard a lot of different insights and opinions coming from our panelists, but I feel, and to conclude this session, that one voice that I could clearly see was that programmatic stands for experiences, stands for efficiency, it stands for targeting audiences for the different matrix in a very efficient environment. But I feel what we are also, in a way, coping ahead in these times is bigger issue, which is fragmentation. A lot of channels coming into picture. So I definitely see programmatic becoming more integrated day by day. And I really hope that day comes when we only see that one line item in a campaign, which is just the budget, and we know that there's an inventory at the back, but everything else becomes important key pillars and matrix, which is a must-haves, where we need to have AI to optimize a campaign, we need to have AI to generate the content, and where we are focusing only on great insights and analytics. And then I really hope that day really comes. But I'm hoping that comes very soon, because the way our advertisers are moving towards this and the kind of experiences they're bringing on the table, I'm sure, I mean, there are good times ahead. Thank you.
With this, can we have a louder round of applause for our panelists? I think they did phenomenally well. And may I request you all to stand at the center of stage for a quick photo op. May I also request Mr. N. Amarnath, Vice President Digital Business Development for Alchemist, to join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists. And a round of applause for our session chair, Dippy Yadav, everybody. Special thanks to Deepa Krishnan as well. A round of applause for all our panelists and for Adhika Ansari. A round of applause to Mr. Pankaj Jain, Mr. Prabhakar Tiwari, and Mr. Mehernosh Bithawara. I request you to pose for a quick photo op right here.
Keep it behind.
Can we have a loud cheer for them, everybody? Thank you so much, everyone. May I request you to be on stage for a few more minutes? And with this, it's time for our next session of the day. And guiding us on the trends to look out for in programmatic. Undoubtedly, it has to be an expert, so may I would request Ms. Dippy Yadav to join us back on stage for this session. Welcome.
I'm really honored to be on the stage again. I have a lot of more time to spend with you. And again, it's going to be on the same lines, but just more deeper. So I'm here to talk about programmatic trends. My name is Dippy Yadav. I work at Zaxxas, which is a programmatic division of Group M. And I've spent quite many years at Zaxxas and at Group M. And I feel really honored that in this industry, especially within India as a market, and working with a lot of brands, I do have a bit of insights and an understanding of what trends are going ahead with. And I really want to share the same with you. So when we talk about programmatic trends, one side we keep on saying that programmatic is evolving every day. So I think it's also true to say that even our trends are evolving every day, and what we discuss today might not be the trend for tomorrow. That could be the standard operating method for tomorrow, and we will have different trends coming up. So let's see, what do we have in store for programmatic advertising? Clearly, programmatic media is evolving, and when we say that programmatic media is evolving, four major channels for any advertiser when they plan are clearly television, digital media, print, and radio. But within digital media, we have programmatic which is taking care of, taking over in a way of dominance in terms of how do you allocate that money. And let's see what to expect more in remaining months of 2023. And very interestingly, we had launched this report with E4M itself, where we had talked about these trends, and we could see them definitely taking shape and kind of evolving very well. But the big trend of 2023 remains to be true and will be the biggest trend of 2024 as well. And let's see then what's next for us next year. Not taking a lot of time because we have a very short time span. Just a quick overview of what four major channels that we have. We know that daily consumption of watching TV or OLV is increasing, definitely day by day. And post-pandemic, we can see that connected TV had gone at a very booming growth, which was 50%, and has further increased now, which is more. So when we talk about such kind of household subscriptions to OTT, such kind of connected TV adoption to happen, a lot of consumption behavior has changed. So within all of that, we could also see very interestingly that investment in programmatic has increased. We can see digital is increasing clearly as a result of change of consumer behavior because our consumers are moving more towards online consumption in terms of their habits post-pandemic because they got used to it, it's time efficient and all of that. But at the same time, if there's a demand where we have consumers stand, then of course spends will also fall into the same line, which is why we see digital increasing and programmatic plays a wider role. So on the average of 33 to 35% adoption is there, expected to be increased to 42% and furthermore followed by other markets the way we see them. So what to see and what to expect in programmatic in remaining months of 2023. Clearly, as we also just spoke about it in the panel before, that AI plays a bigger role, but AI is just not about optimizing the campaign, that's beyond. We have augmented reality, we have generative AI, and we have whatnots, we have wearable durables, which is more around, capturing data sets in a real-time environment. But at the same time, we also see a lot of capabilities being generated within digital around creative aspect of it, which at the back of it also sits alongside data. And when we talk about AI, clearly with proper controls in hand, AI is not just helping in activating a campaign, but starting from planning a campaign to delivering a campaign and even to an inciting. So next key point that we could see this year was again digital audio, which kind of started in 2019 for that matter, but really paced up post-pandemic and audio took a space in itself properly. So when we talk about digital audio, we know it's not just about hearing music, etc., but we have a big segment of podcast that has come into picture. And when we talk about podcast, it is also being used in our industry. We can see a lot of shows happening on podcast. We can see a lot of learnings being shared on podcast. So even for advertiser, when they talk about digital audio, relevancy increases. It's not just a list of a music genre that they can see. There are also podcasts where a lot of content consumption is happening. So for you to identify your audiences in terms of what relevance do they have to the content, that really matches very well. In-app and in-gaming advertising is again what we could see clearly as a result of pandemic. Can't really focus more on the fact that as we all were locked in the home and we did not really have new content getting generated and shoots were not happening, we were locked in the house. So gaming is something that really took over, but also advertisers has taken over the space in terms of advertising well. What's interesting in gaming is to see that it's not just about in-app advertising or basic games, but we also have metaverse coming into picture, which is the trend which we'll just talk about in a short while. But also with that into picture, a lot of immersive experience with the help of AI is getting generated within the gaming landscape. So when you talk about advertising or programmatic, clearly to merge all of this together, you need to have platforms and technologies and tools that really helps you to cater the need where you can see that there's an audio coming into picture, there's a gaming landscape, then the video had been there already, which is evolving day by day. We have YouTube, OTTs have become part of it. We have smaller channels as well, which are now growing. And as you know, that festivity is just hitting India around the corner. Durga Puja, one of the biggest festivals. which even for advertisers, especially TV folks, will understand, right? That's one of the biggest segment that they see in parallel to sports. So similarly, when you talk about such big festivity that you're trying to cater, you need to look at all available channels and sources that you have at hand, where in-app and in-gaming advertising is also taking a huge share of it, especially with a lot of bans that happened in India for advertising to children, of course around privacy clauses and all of that. But the first level of targeting to approach that audience is then in-app gaming, which is where you know that even if you're not able to target audiences below 18, but you know that with the help of content or the game selection that you do, it's landing to the right audience. So for brands like Logs or any other brand which caters to the needs of kids or the product, where you want to create a brand recall in the kids because they would eventually go back to their parents and decide on the buying factor. So gaming advertising really plays a bigger role for those brands, and it really unlocks a lot of avenues for them. My interesting topic and the favorite one, which is the big bet of 2023. We had taken this bet last year in October that discovery commerce will be the one which will really shape the landscape. Initial 2-3 months we could see still a lot of hiccups, because when we talk about commerce, and let's talk about it, okay? When we talk about commerce, everybody just talks about keywords, right? That commerce is equal to Amazon and Flipkart of the world, which stands true, of course. But at the same time, when you go to Flipkart or Amazon, there are keywords that we type, and then we get to buy the product. But as an audience, there's so much that I'm doing. They have a lot of data insight about me. Not every time I'm buying a product, I'm just surfing. I'm just looking at discounting. I'm also going at other brands, not only Amazon but Flipkart and many other brands like for grocery buying, etc. So commerce as a landscape is not just a few leading brands, but it spans everywhere. Even for example, when you go for your regular medical test or checkups, you book that on an application, right? But eventually that's your buying pattern as well into the medical field. Similarly, when you're buying something for your daily household needs, your vegetables, that's your buying pattern into groceries. Hence, you have household, you have electronics. So every segment belongs to a commerce segment. So it's not just retail anymore. Within digital also, you have commerce shaping up. But we need to look at commerce in a perspective where the way we had digital when it boomed almost a decade ago, how it started or what we knew about digital was clearly just search ads. And we remember, right, making those long sheets of all keywords, brand keyword, competition keywords, industry keywords, adding in there. Then we had social media, and then we had back then just click-based ad, right? Media as a whole, which is today we call as programmatic media, video advertising, all of that, came in much later. We were just replicating ourselves onto tradition, which was maybe footsteps of TV or footsteps of print moving to digital, which is where we are today in commerce. So when we talk about commerce today, again we are looking at keywords, which is a brand keyword. So for an example, if I'm a brand selling watches, I would want to go on Amazon and target everybody who's searching for my brand and show them offers to have a quick conversion. That's the lowest hanging fruit. But at the same time, I also want to go for audiences who are searching for my competition brands, because I want to cater to them as well. But there is a very interesting fact to see that it's the same trend line of digital that we followed 10 years ago. So when we talk about commerce, that is still at a very nascent stage. But commerce will not just be a line item in a media plan. That's a huge channel in itself, where we are looking at it as an incremental channel driving any kind of metric incremental to retail. So when we see post-pandemic, most of the advertisers have invested more of their monies on their online assets. The way dearest friend Mehrunosh just talked about Godrej, that they are creating immersive experiences. So they're putting their budgets investments on creating an immersive experience wherever there's not a possibility of a store. And many other brands are doing that they're not investing maybe a lot on retail. Post-pandemic, they're seeing that change happening, and they're investing that kind of money on a digital landscape. But at the same time, for brands whose bread and butter is just to sell every day, which is an e-com brand as well, they don't really need that kind of retail shops, but they're going heavy on online shops for them. So when we talk about commerce, commerce is also spanning everywhere in every category. So commerce is not just about top leading commerce brand. but even an app like PhonePe or a Big Basket, many more such applications, they all fall into the same portfolio. So for any brand, say any automotive brand, you'll say that who will go on a commerce website and buy a car? Of course we don't. But the data and stat tells you that when a campaign is happening or when a car is getting launched, when they launch it on any kind, when they do the campaign on any kind of commerce app, they get great insights and they do also get bookings, which is directly on their website. Because what you also get from this channel is detailed insight. It's a buying pattern. It's not just a behavior or it's not just a browsing pattern for them or basis contextual ad, but furthermore deep dive. But what's still lacking in this entire landscape is that commerce is used only for the last funnel. As we know that the basics of marketing will not change. We know it's a funnel-based marketing concept. Top funnel goes for awareness, middle goes for consideration, and the last one goes for, of course, purchase, right? Today also, when we look at commerce, we kind of map it to the purchase funnel, the last one. But I really have this question to all of you in the room, that when you want to buy something, suppose I want to buy a TV, am I sure on the day I think I want to buy a TV that which brand or which model will I buy? I am not. Else I will buy it similar, like same day, right? And personally, I have this problem with myself that I have a long list of jobs to do because I'm so fickle-minded, I'm not able to decide. And then I'm like, okay, I need to spend time to research about it, and I never get that time. So clearly, all of us, I'm sure, we never know what to buy on that day. So first thought that comes to us is that we want to make a purchase of a certain thing, of course, basis some requirement, etc. But we don't know what to buy, from where, and what are the features that we need to look for, which is where comes research into place. Now, when I'm researching, even today, and again I want to ask you that, let's talk about a very basic product, which is air conditioners, right? Different from Bombay, different for Delhi as a market, and I'm from Delhi. So of course, when I talk about air conditioner, humidity is not that a problem for me, but 18 degrees is also not working for me. I feel that hot because that city is burning when it's like hot. But Bombay humidity becomes a major factor. So will it be right for a brand to advertise same concept, same content, pan-India? Maybe no, because content consumptions are different. So as an audience sitting in Delhi, my search in summers is not just around air conditioners, but many other products. Similarly, when it comes to Bombay, I can still see rains here. I was so happy, which we don't see in Delhi, right? It's just burning every day. Even taking a shower is like you think 10 times that you want to step in the shower. It's that hot. So even purchase pattern, each region is going to have different. Now, when we talk about a campaign, you have clearly put commerce only in the last funnel, which is the purchase funnel. But there's so much of content consumption, browsing history on purchase, which is so different. For same category, air conditioner, but different for each market. So which is where we see that commerce needs to play a role, that it needs to be adopted into the strategy even for the middle funnel, where you influence an audience, bases their need, and you show them the right messaging with the right insights that you get. And today we have a lot of partners like Shoppers, this is one of them, who does data scrapping, who has data from all these leading, commerce site, and they tell you that in your category, these competitions are present on XYZ websites, and your share of voice is XYZ%, your share of shelf is XYZ%, your share of discounting is such. So as a brand, you can decide that, okay, if my discount is say heavy on Flipkart, but my share of voice is heavier on Amazon, what kind of monies do I need to put where? And can I change my strat? So what I see today is I really see money being flowed from one partner to another, but that's not the right strategy. You don't have to put your money or pick and choose at which commerce platform to choose, but need to see that which commerce platform requires what kind of strategy. The way we do in video advertising today, you don't put money from YouTube to OTT, you bifurcate it with different goals, with different objectives. Similarly, within commerce as well, you need to bifurcate it with different goal and different objectives. And one thing which we all are missing when it comes to commerce, clearly that it has to move from last funnel and it has to be mapped to all funnels, which is starting from awareness to the bottom funnel. Because where are we in that stage when a person is thinking which brand to buy, where I don't know which brand to buy? That is a stage where I'm discovering discovering. That's why we are calling this solution at Program as Discovery Commerce. Because for us, commerce is not just retail or a conversion method, but also to let an audience discover your brand with the right messaging and the right requirement. What's next? Clearly, in interest of time, the focus area for next year is definitely going to be navigating the cookieless world, where the benefits of cookieless future clearly, brings on the fact that whenever there's a disruption in the market or the industry, we see new avenues coming in. That's how we learn, that's how we evolve. And I'm seeing a lot of discussions happening on contextual. So a lot of partners which are providing contextual targetings and better ways of operating, say 5 years ago, in a way kind of faded off, but I'm seeing them surfacing again, and they will be at the boom because contextual targeting will not just be about keyword targeting, but furthermore in depth to talk about context of the ad. For an example, the way I heard Atika saying the same stuff, that I'm doing a contextual ad, but I don't want to, as an advertiser, see myself on that page because the relevance is less. So let me ask this question to you. When you do your ad, suppose it's a confectionery brand, maybe a chocolate brand, you would want to post your ads on any page which talks about hunger. That's the relevancy, eventually. But if there's a page that talks about people dying out of hunger, you would never want to have your ad on that page. But it's a tool, right? All that is doing is it saw your keyword list, which had hunger in it, had complete relevancy, and showed your ad. But eventually you are in the news next day, and you're being shamed for having the ad on top of that. So what you need there is an AI that reads the context and relevancy of the page and the semantics of it end to end. And then it decides whether your ad should be on this page or not. Because you can't put hunger as a negative keyword, it is of high relevance to you, but that page was a complete negative relevance to you. So such tools will come up, and they're coming up there. We have a lot of partners coming up. But yes, next year we'll see a boom of such partners because even the leading partners like IAS, they're building their stack and they're strengthening it much more. We have Double Verify and many more who are building solutions around that. And also navigating a cookieless world is not just about contextual targeting or other ways, but a very high focus on first-party data. And we have seen our advertisers moving that road. So we will have to wait for our report to get launched for this year, so I can't reveal the number. But yes, there's an uptake in terms of adoption of first-party data and activation of data. The way Prabhakar had confirmed in the panel that they activate their first-party data now in the campaigns. So generally, first-party data used to be activated only for the bottom funnel conversion. But now that's also being utilized for the awareness campaign to understand the quality CPM that you get, QCPM, and maybe then use that same audience and pool to have to kind of multiply that using similar audiences and many more other methods that you have. But definitely navigating cookieless world will come up in many different forms where you will be focusing on first party data, but with the help, with the focus on first party data, you have to also build the rooms which keeps your data safe and activates it and again, further brings it back. Just lastly, so of course the future of omni-channel marketing will be in high focus area. When you're talking about so many channels coming up, audio is there, we have in-app gaming advertising already at boom. Video advertising is kind of increasing more and more, especially with the fact that rural as a market which is not contributing much towards video consumption is also going higher. And we know that rural market, while you do TV ads, clearly yes, you understand a spot is getting played, but how do you know that there's no electricity cut, which is still there? So yes, ad got played, spot was there on TV, but there's no electricity. But when you talk about mobile handsets, they can only use it when that's operating well, which is where we see handsets getting and mobile internet penetration getting deeper in rural now, which is adding more to video consumption. So for an example, and I was discussing with one of my Google partner yesterday in a strategy for a tire brand, I'll not name the brand again, that the brand is doing a lot of media activation within urban because the tires are costly, certain range, but they also produce tires for cycles, for motorbikes, which are cheaper range for them, but that has massive consumption in rural. So rural packages needs to be then built, but that's becoming a subset of video advertising, a different targeting method, but again, that's increasing there. So when you talk about all of these things, clearly, when you say that I'm deploying programmatic for cost efficiency, you need to see that you can't show your ad to same audience 3 times on different channel. 3 channel, 3 frequency makes it 9. That's not efficiency, that's duplication, which is where you get programmatic into place that helps you curb that. And I'm really proud to share that most of the campaigns that we do at Zaxxas, it's already in activation, it's been a year now. So as I said that the trend that we showed in 2023, January, is now in a way becoming a standard operating method. But what's, okay, I missed that slide, but I'll just talk about that. But what you'll also see upcoming this year apart from that is also voice entering into audio and everywhere else. So right now when you're running, running any kind of application in audio, say Spotify or any other application to listen to music, it's just a music list to you. Or ad gets placed in between. You hear it, but you're driving. I mean, majority of the time you're driving when you listen to this, or you're at home, but occupied with something else. I've rarely seen somebody just sitting and listening to music. But yes, if somebody does that, that's the most beautiful thing you can do, right? Enjoying yourself. But not really a lot of the cases that happens. So when I say that voice will enter, that means that voice will start talking to you. Even in a form of display ad or a video or an audio ad. The AI will start talking to you. For an example, if it's a pizza day today, one-on-one, as we know, BOGO offers happen, it will talk to you that today it's a BOGO offer, should I place an order for you? And basis your commands, it's gonna show you another message now. It's gonna talk to you. Then, okay, should I take you to a landing page? Should I show you an ad later? Should I send you a message? And immediately you'll get a link to buy in your phone, right? That kind of landscape is coming up, and we have such partners. Instrumatic is one of them who are entering the space. But definitely with a lot of disruption that just happened in the industry, they're also updating their stack. But if I have to give you 3 key takeaways for the trends where 2024 will just be out there, commerce, discovery commerce, because it's not just a bottom funnel, but has to be a solution which is end-to-end. Voice, which is in a form of AI. We can also call that as a programmatic creative element, where creative goes programmatic beyond just an experience of clicks, but goes there. And I'll just take 1 more minute when I'm talking about click. I'm sure most of you have children at home, and you would rarely see them typing on your phone. They're smarter than us. And I could see my nephew doing that, and my mom, who's 55, who just learned using phone like maybe a few years ago. And they both were, fine. And she knows everything. She can find everything for me just by using voice. And I could see it there that this new generation, which is coming, they will skip clicks completely. So there's a generational shift which is going to happen. And that generational shift, which is leading to a lot of voice consumption by this new generation, will also open doors for advertisers. Similarly, in gaming, when you see, I again saw him playing Roblox, which is some game I have no idea. All I know about is Mario, okay? So, but Roblox is very much 3D kind of a structure where they create their own world as a group and they start playing into it, which is metaverse, if you look at it. That's the same concept, which these kids, he's 10-year-old and he's playing it from last 2 years and super fast. These kids are playing that game, which we are calling as metaverse today. So just understand that not more than 3 years or 4 years down the line, what era are we entering when it comes to advertising? Clearly, AI will become the norm, and what we're going to see is AI taking over in terms of experiences, which will be in the form of maybe audio ad talking to you, because they will not do that. They're very street smart. Or in a form of 3D, where metaverse and augmented reality will really play a bigger role. So I feel as advertisers and as marketeers, we need to start thinking in that lens, start doing that way. Because the new generation, which will be called as consumers and audiences, they're already in that generation. So it's time for us as an advertiser to start building solutions which matches them. Thank you.
Can you have a louder cheer for Nimpi? I think this was the finale session. I think when she talks like a radio jockey. She's rapid fire. So may I invite Priya Bhatia on stage, VP Business Development C at OpenX, present a memento on behalf of the team. Thank you so much, Priya, for stepping in. A big round of applause for the finale session, and thank you so much, Priya, for stepping in. Thank you so much, Nimpi. Thank you so much, Priya. I grew up on Contra, not Mario. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after that interesting session, let me share with you, it's been a very wonderful and very supportive audience. It was a pleasure having you here. And I would again like to thank all our speakers, our sponsors, our partners. And this brings us to the end of the second edition of Real-Time Programming Advertising Conference. But let me tell you, picture abhi baki hai. Because we are looking forward to the awards, you're looking forward to the awards. So let's take a break and we will be back soon with the awards. Ash Rahul signing off until the awards. Thank you so much. Fun Fridays. Yeah. And you are gonna do. Where is the office? What are you saying?